Greetings, and welcome to another exciting adventures of the People's Ascension. We are currently a Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition tabletop RPG actual play show. That's what we're doing today
Currently?
because it is What?
Currently?
Currently? Yeah, currently. It is Saturday. That is what we are doing. On other days of the week, we do
Oh,
other things, such as Wednesday world building and
None of
XCOM
which
gaming when I
happened
feel
this
like it.
week.
None of which happened this week because I needed to take a break from a lot of things this week.
Mm-hmm.
So this was a down week, so I apologize for any of our followers and audience members that we didn't have as much content this week. But I had a lot to do for this game today. If you recall from last week, we had a very unfortunate but dramatic and I hope meaningful death of a party member. So I had to work on some things to deal with that, and work on getting a new character in, on top of moving the plot along. So it was a busy week for me, on top of other things. So we didn't do much this week, but going forward, we'll get back into our regular schedule. Tuesdays, not here, but over on my friend's channel, Jeff Harvey, that is twitch.tv/Studio Tembo. On Tuesdays at 7 o'clock, I will be playing some Star Trek Adventures over there, where I play the executive officer, the number one, Ambrose, Commander Arani Ambrose. So if you like Star Trek, if you want some utopian sci-fi to go along with the realistic fantasy that we have here, you can check me out there on Tuesdays. We also have on Wednesday World Building, right here on our channel at 7 o'clock as well. And then Thursdays, we just kind of have a sort of hangout, where we'll either build some models, or play some XCOM, or just talk about the game, or general tabletop stuff. So you can come hang out with us on Thursdays again, 7 o'clock. That's pretty much my go-to time.
the real question is who has a higher body count, XCOM or Christian's characters?
Currently, Christian's characters. at least on this playthrough, we've been pretty good on this playthrough.
To say,
Yeah, the last
last run,
playthrough. Yeah, the
way
last
bad.
one. No, not so much.
Though funny, Omen has died in the current run too.
Yes, he has. Yeah, it was foreshadowing.
Shoot him in the back.
But now I'll have a new soldier to add to the XCOM roster, and we'll see how long it lasts.
I give it till the
Okay.
end of the month.
Right, yeah. Okay, anyway, we did just recently hit affiliate status here on the People's Ascension Twitch channel. That means a whole bunch of stuff that we are still currently working on because, channel growth takes time and, well, money, support from the community. But we have a nice little martini glass there underneath our People's Ascension Phoenix that you can cheer for our adventurers and drop bits in there. Drop tips if you would like what we're doing. You can even write a message for a shout out at the end of the show. When you tip, it also drops little icons in there when you subscribe, which Christian here is continuing to be extremely generous by handing out new gift subscriptions. So if you like our channel, please consider supporting us in any of those ways. There is also our Patreon, which will be, again, didn't get much on there this week. But now that we are affiliate, now that our channel and community is growing, I hope to be posting more things on there. There are a number of different tiers if you welcome a sort of subscription-based support method. That unlocks everything from Discord channels where you can chat with us and get codex entries and lore drops and roleplay within the world that we run here, to after shows and future player character interviews and other various things, lore drops and whatnot. And that will be continuing to grow as the community grows. Any support that we get, I'm speaking monetarily here, any support that we get will be put into growing this channel and making some cool stuff for our players here. Right now, my wish list, my checklist, my go-to list is a new logo and of course emotes and badges for the channels. And then I want to get these people some character art because they have some beautiful characters, and I want to bring some life and some color to them. So if you or anyone you know is an artist and enjoys our show and would like to provide character artwork for our characters here, I welcome you to do so. I'd love character art. Of the characters, of different moments, of different scenes, whatever you want to do. We even have a section in our Discord for posting character art and whatnot. So I welcome that. Anyway, other than that, just engaging with us on social media can really help us out. Of course, watching here, following here, subscribing here. We have a YouTube channel, People's Ascension. Well, it doesn't have its URL yet because we still need more people to subscribe there. But if you type in the search bar, the People's Ascension will pop up. And if you subscribe there and follow us there and comment on us there and like us on there and all the other things you can do on YouTube, we may eventually get our fancy youtube.com/the People's Ascension URL. That'd be a lot easier to talk about than the random string of numbers and letters that they give you. But on top of that, you can follow us on Twitter. Again, took a break from that this week, but I do like to hang out on there, post different thoughts, engage with the community, engage with different promotions that other people in the TTRPG community have going on. And so you can follow us there and on the Discord for any of our weekly announcements as far as shows or what we're working on or random thoughts. And liking us on there, following us on there, retweeting our stuff, engaging with any of the metrics on any of the platforms here, YouTube, Twitter, really helps us grow. And that is just as important to us right now as, monetary support. So just telling friends, getting more people involved will help grow the channel. Anyway, I think that's one of the longer introductions that we had, but we still kept it under 10 minutes. Okay, let's jump into the show and see who all of these people are, because I think that's all that I have. And since I said that's all that I have, whether it is or not, we're just gonna get going. So let's introduce our cast here. Let's start where we usually do, up at the top of the overlay here, and say hello to Taylor.
Hi, I'm Taylor. I play Aquila, the Goliath Blood Hunter of the Lycan Order.
All right, and hello to Steven.
Hi, I'm Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock of Zadok, and current record holder for inter-party kills.
Yeah, that's a title. Yeah. And of course, next we have Arlene.
Hi, Arlene. My character is Tali. She is a Tempest cleric and a wood elf.
All right. And next we have Christian, but we're gonna wait on introducing his character. But hello, Christian.
What's up, y'all? My name is Christian.
Yes.
Hi.
We'll get to his new character,
Christian.
and
plays
potentially
Nolan.
mentions of his previous character Omen, which unfortunately, as Steven just mentioned, died at his hands in the previous episode, in a good way, kind of. You'd have to go back and watch it. And of course, wrapping us up, we have
There are
Stephanie.
reasons for it.
Hello.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Stephanie, and I play Sevgi, and she is a human sorcerer.
All right. Great. And of course, I'm Jack, also known as Leiknir, or Leiknir Levels, in the various places that I'd really no longer interact with because I interact solely under the People's Ascension accounts right now. But I am the dungeon master, the game master. I control the world behind the screen, pull all the strings, roll all the dice on this side that they're not rolling, and keep these people on their toes. Hopefully in an enjoyable way. Okay. Let's dive into this with a recap, and there won't be too much to recap of the last episode because I'm gonna say unfortunately, it was entirely combat last episode. We had about 5+ hours of just combat last episode, but it was, I'm not gonna say it was good combat. It kind of dragged on during the end for a number of reasons, but narratively interesting and meaningful. Narrative movement, we'll say. So what's going on in our story currently?
Well, let's see. What I've got written down was so much fighting. Sagana killed. Omen died.
Yeah, that about wraps it up.
Yeah.
I have about a half page, but I just kind of wrote the highlights. That boss was the one that got to kill the undead hippogriff. Tali got knocked down, and she had to suffer like an injury for that.
Yeah, she did.
I think you said it was a deep limb cut,
Yeah.
and she was told that and right before she was down, she was told that she was a disgrace to her heritage,
Yeah.
which really hit
Mhm.
right at
Mhm.
home for Tali. That like she didn't like that at all. Tali disapproved of that.
Tully does have
And
some
then
buttons.
Mhm.
Tali has buttons.
Yeah.
They're just hard to find
Big
sometimes.
guys
You
keep
gotta-
making fun of Tali.
yeah, it's like Tali is developing a complex because of this. Anyway,
Sure.
and
She's developing
oh
a
yeah, then she was
complex.
brought back up. Oh yeah, because Boss went and gave her a potion.
Mhm.
Then see, the next highlight I have is that Tali got to rage magic missile Sagana to death. That was cool. Um,
Wait, Tully
and
Seb, you
magic
meant
missile.
Sebby.
I was gonna say.
did I say? Oh, I meant to
You
say
said
Sebby.
Tali.
Sorry.
Yeah, we know
Because
what
I
you said.
have
Wait a
like
second.
Tali
is
right
not a
here
magic
and
missile.
Sebgi right underneath it, so I think
Mm.
I read the wrong one. Anyway, yeah. So sorry. Yeah, Tali doesn't have magic missile. Sevgi magic missile Sagana to death, very satisfyingly, I might add. And then Shiloh ended up going up to Tali and stabbing her, and she was back down again. And then she tried to kidnap Tali.
Mhm.
And then Sevgi did the Misty Step thing. What I think has a
Thunder
different
step?
name. Did you change the name of that?
Thunderstep.
Thunderstep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
she
Thunder
Yeah,
thunderstepped.
I've
Step,
got Misty Step.
Yeah,
Okay.
up to Tali to Sagana, not Sagana. Shiloh was horse and got Tali down, and we just kind of fell like 30 feet to the ground and hit the ground.
Mhm.
But
Once
we're
again,
good.
Sepke being MVP
And
of
then
the fight.
yeah,
Mm.
and so after that, Shiloh just ended up getting out of there. Um, and then we fully realized, and I think it was hinted before, but fully realized that Omen was definitely possessed. And Ander kind of had to put him down with the help of Omen. Of course, Omen, was trying to fight it, and he kind of encouraged Ander to do so. So Ander just kind of fulfilled his wishes to keep Omen from being himself and killing the party. You know what I mean? So
Yeah. It
Ander did
was,
his best. He did what anyone else could have done in the situation. It was kind of a hard rock and a hard place kind of thing.
he did what needed to be done, but it wasn't
Yeah,
pleasant.
was not pleasant for anyone. Um, so yeah, the spirit left Omen's body through various orifices. Tali tried, a few spells. She tried Spare the Dying first. That didn't work. Cure Wounds didn't work. Revivify didn't work.
Various orifices?
Well, that's what Jack
I'm not
said.
gonna say anything.
I think it was just the one.
Yeah, I don't
No,
think I was
Jack
implying
said-
any extra orifices.
Okay.
It's like, no, it's good. No.
Well, that's I don't know. That's what I
One
heard.
orifice.
I'd have to
Help.
go back and watch, because
Okay.
at that point I'm sure I was entirely burnt out too, but the spirit just sort of
Yeah, it
erupted
sounded-
from the body.
It sounded plural to me, but anyway.
Mm.
It's canon now.
See here,
Omen
and
shed out a spirit.
I mean, you'd be surprised at how many cultures where that is a legitimate
No,
worry.
I wouldn't, Jack. No, Jack, I wouldn't.
Well, everybody else.
Fair.
yeah. And yeah, after she failed to bring Omen back, that was it. That was the end of
Yeah.
the session.
A few more nuances there. Shiloh, before taking Tali back down a second time and trying to run off with her unconscious body, seemed to get distracted for just a little bit during the fight. Seemed to have a distant look on her face. Maybe she was considering something. Maybe she was magically talking to somebody. It's unclear. But she knocked you out, grabbed you, and then made her escape. Fortunately, as you said, Sebgi was able to rescue you by then. But she did escape through that rolling fog cloud that has been described previously, that seems to, cause her to vanish from reality. Yeah, Sagana is down. You very thoroughly murdered her, though it was a difficult slogfest just for that, because of various abilities that allow her to increase her AC, give her resistances, give her extra health, and steal health. Necromancers.
Absorb necrotic damage.
Or necrotic damage, because she was not alive anymore. But we'll get to more of that. You did discover, both from necrotic energy healing her a bit, and her being affected by Tali's turn undead, that she was probably undead at that point, or some variation of. Omen was previously possessed. The group doesn't really know any details about that. Didn't pick up on some of the clues, though they were subtle. They're no fault of their own. It was meant to be a much longer running problem. But
Probably would have gotten to pick up on it a bit more then.
Yes. Yeah, it was going to get progressively more
hints.
noticeable. But there's really one stipulation that I had for Christian going into this fight. Two. One was, if the spear was taken by the party again, and Shilohway wasn't able to get it back, that would be one instance where he'd have to break cover and try to recover the spear for her. Or two, the one that was more likely, but not more likely. But the second stipulation was if the battle was going so bad that it looked like they could just wipe out the team. The spear would have been like, well, I don't need to worry about cover if they're all dead. Unfortunately, the dice were really not in the player's favor. They were rolling consistently low, and I was rolling consistently quite high. And the battle did go really bad. So it made sense that the spirit was like, well, they're gonna die anyway. Let me just help finish them off. And yeah, Omen turned on the party, or Omen's body, puppeted by some sort of spirit of some kind, was forced to turn on the body.
Yeah, and somehow we still didn't completely die.
Yeah. It was real close. There was a number of moments when I think a couple different people, most notably Ander, tried to reach out to Omen, beyond the spirit. I believe the last sort of inciting moment was Ander using his telepathic ability to sort of scream past the spirit and try to get to Omen. A message of you're still in there, pull yourself together, yada yada, which in turn caused Omen to use all of what energy he had left, considering he was mostly dead underneath the spirit that was animating his body. Used every ounce of willpower he had left, and allowed Ander to sort of push him down on his own sword. So we'll have to learn more about that situation, maybe learn more about the situation going forward. And of course, all of this is in the grand scheme of a necromantic cult called the Cult of Worms, which has resurrected an ancient lich or something that is on a crusade under the auspices of Gastrea, Queen of the Damned, a sort of kind of deity in this world that isn't well known, isn't well discussed amongst the normal religious circles pantheon of the Genovian Empire. But this cult, the Cult of Worms, is now going about trying to bring upon another bone layer, which is of course an archaeological layer in the earth of Eos that is entirely bone, near extinction level event. They're trying to do that again, and the party doesn't want that to happen because it doesn't sound very pleasant. So that's what we're dealing with.
I like my bones inside of me, not in the ground.
Yeah. Okay.
Phrasing.
So let's bring us back into the game. I will throw us over onto the combat map here. Combat is finally over, luckily. But just to situate us.
I don't want to see that map again.
I know. It's painful even to bring up, but because of that, I am showing it. To set the scene, the party finds themselves on the side of a main Imperial highway, just in front of a bridge that goes over the Catalan River. They are on the side of the road. The cobblestone and the mud and the grass about them is stained in blood, well trampled over. And they are currently standing underneath the light of a full moon around the fallen body of their comrade Omen. Tali just attempting to coax his spirit back from whatever lies beyond to bring him back to life, was unsuccessful in doing so. Ander still on his knees, staring out into space, dealing with the fact that he just basically had to, help kill one of his friends, his new comrade. Aquila, putting herself back together from near death.
I was going to say, and it should be noted, if anyone's new, that despite being on very opposite ends of the spectrum, Omen and Ander were actually kind of, I feel like, starting to become friends.
Yeah, there was starting to be something there, yeah. Everybody except Ander physically is quite beat up. Ander, not physically, but probably even more so emotionally right now. Bost is there as well. On the other side of the road, though nobody is currently paying all that much attention to her, is the fallen corpse of Sagana, the leader of the sect of the Cult of Worms you most recently dealt with, the one who led the ritual in resurrecting Shiloah, the Spear of the Damned, the ancient Etrian warrior princess. And there's an undead hippogriff. So, underneath the full moonlight, dealing with the aftermath of this battle, I throw it to you guys. I will remind you, actually, that it is past midnight at this point. Mm-hmm. In the very, very early hours of the morning. Well before sunrise, even. You have not completed a long rest, and most of you are quite beat up, exhausted, both physically and mentally and mechanically. And of course, there's still the lingering possibility of a threat. That Shiloah has disappeared. You're not sure where she went, if she may still be around. The lingering threat of a possible assault on Dupont, the lingering threat of the Cult of Worms in general, and a meeting of some sort that you had planned via Saramov's help back in Cairquin in the next couple days. Just to remind you of everything else that's going on. So again, underneath the moonlight, around your broken and beaten comrades, what are you guys doing tonight?
Suppose after, unless someone else has something they want to throw in, I suppose after a couple minutes of probably just sitting there, Ander would kind of get himself up. First thing he's actually doing is grabbing Omen's spellbook.
Okay.
Then, just with it in hand, walk over to the body of Sagana.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Sagana too.
And just put a boot in her head, basically.
Okay.
Similar to what I
Before-
wanted to do.
Just one good swift kick in the head before he
For good
actually
measure.
starts investigating.
Yeah.
I don't think. I think Sevgi probably finished her. It's more just
Yeah.
impotent rage.
Mm-hmm.
So you
Before
go
investigating.
you go and pick up Omen's spellbook. Omen, is there anything? I should say, Christian. Is there anything anything notable that he may find rummaging around your stuff?
Omen traveled light.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just I mean, the most extravagant thing that he had on him would have been the spell book, and even that is, a very crude bound book, just made out of various hides, probably like rabbits, very crudely sewn together. It's meant to look unimportant, as though to hide it from somebody who might want to steal something that powerful. But he also had the recently acquired wand, which is basically a stick. Otherwise, his necklace, his spell casting focus, everything else is, standard mercenary gear. Nothing really in his effects.
Okay.
And I would know, like, Ander is not looking for anything. Like, he's not rummaging through hoping to find anything else. Like,
Right.
that is a single-minded, the purpose behind it.
Right. Okay. Then you can head over to Sagana. You and Aquila both head over to Sagana roughly at the same time. Andrew, you walk up, look down, and just give her a kick in the head. She slumps over to the side. Aquila walks over to the other end and gives her another kick to the head on the other side. No? Okay,
No,
she doesn't do that.
She was gonna. Well, it's like what she was gonna do was probably start searching her, and basically as she's kneeling over her, start screaming and punching her in the face.
Okay. So between the two of you looking about Sagana, Aquila very quickly getting sidetracked by just screaming and beating on this corpse.
Hey, that's the corpse that almost took her out.
That is very, very reasonably so. You can look around and you notice a few things. You notice almost immediately that not only is she dead, but she was previously, before she was dead, she was dead. It seems that she was recently turned in some form of fashion into some level of undead. And between the two of you, and even Tali, if you're paying attention to this, can make either a history or religion check.
For undead, would I get advantage?
Yes.
Okay.
History or religion?
Yeah. Religion will have the lower DC, but it is still a high DC.
Well, I went for religion.
I did not do that. I didn't do that at all.
Okay. Yeah. Ander, you're not really sure what's going on here. From a historical standpoint. Obviously, just as Sagana, or just as Shiloah was animated with all or most of her soul left, in a more intelligent capacity, a more powerful undead form. Sagana is kind of like that, but different. Obviously, she still has her faculties. She still has her personality. It's still Sagana in that form. It's not just a simple animate dead spell that takes the minimal fraction of a soul and animates the meat or the bone. This was some sort of probably extended ritual that made a much more nuanced and much less distinct transition between life and undeath. Aquila, before you sort of succumb to your own rage, you notice a few things. One of which is that even though she is dead or undead, she doesn't look all that much decayed. It looks like whatever animated her into being an undead, if you want to even call it that, happened very quickly after death. So there's a little sunkenness to her eyes. There's a little bit of tightness, gauntness to her skin, to her features, and a paling, a graying of her skin tone. Though she was already a rather pallid yellow of a tiefling. You also notice that she has deep, sort of circular wounds in the palms of her hand, on both hands, that go back, through her hand bones. She has what looks like, bruising, probably bruising and perhaps even rope burn around her neck, and around her shoulder area, as if she was tied, not quite tightly, but perhaps leaning against rope around her shoulders and her neck.
Sounds lovely.
I'm going to guess that I wouldn't know any specifics of that sort of ritual.
You know enough that it was almost certainly some sort of more extensive, much more powerful ritual, as you said, than a simple animate dead sort of situation. This is not normal necromancy. This is not simple necromancy. You'd probably have to do some more research in the right places, asking the right people, and whatnot. But no, this is... You don't know the specifics of the ritual, but this is, as I said, much more complicated and resulted in a much thinner distinction between life and undeath. On her, on top of that, you find a few more things. You find she has 2 books on her. One that is sort of strapped just to her belt underneath the folds of her robes, and another one that is sort of tucked away back behind her underneath her robes, behind her belt. Both of which are large black leather books with a strap around them. The strap does have a lock to it, a mechanical lock to it, built into the binding and the strap of the book. Both of them are like that. You also notice you also notice that she does have a pouch at her side that you've seen her pull a few items out of during the fight.
Her component
pouch, yes, being a wizard, or some sort of caster, wizard, cleric, some combination of the two, you're not sure. But she does have a component pouch, and you can search through that. That has 100... I'll give you the rough estimations between... I mean, none of you are really all that familiar with the cost of spellcasting components. But you can compare it, and I'll give you the rough estimation. Inside, you find, amongst other more easily acquired components. You find a small pouch of what looks like diamond dust. There's probably about 100 gold pieces of that. You find a vial of this sort of very coarse black sand-like material. As you sort of move it around in the moonlight, it kind of sheens to it. Further inspection reveals it to probably be some sort of black pearl dust. A rather expensive and rare component. There's probably about 500 gold pieces of that in that little vial. You also find a similar sized vial of what looks like very, very similar in coarseness and size, crushed amber. So you have 500 gold pieces of crushed amber as well. There is a corked vial of ink. You can open that up and sort of dab your finger in it, and it does have a sort of coarseness and sheen to it. With further inspection, would reveal it to be lead infused, lead based ink, and you have 100 gold pieces of that. And the most disturbing thing you find at this point, underneath all of that, is, as you've seen from this cult before, in its motif, its theme, you find a jar, probably about yay big, probably about the size of a mason jar.
I was going to say, it looks like a mason jar.
Yeah, it looks like a mason jar, filled with this sort of greenish, yellowish, viscous fluid, containing what looks like a very, very small, partially formed skeleton.
Yeah.
Well, that's taking it to a new level.
Yeah.
You also, of course, find her symbol of Gastrea, which is a rather large medallion that is worn under a heavy necklace of black beads. That holy symbol, of course, is again a very small, partially formed skeleton in a sort of fetal position, surrounded by a ring of
I was going to say, do these look like actual bones?
These do. On hers, it looks like actual bones. You have seen other holy symbols that are just, representations in metal or wood, but this is actually bone placed in a very dark, very coarse clay, sort of ceramic. So that's what you find.
Anything else? Okay.
Unless Aquila moves to stop him, Ander is going to collect the books.
Yes, she would.
Is there an issue?
What are you planning to do with them?
See what they contain.
The locked books.
I mean, isn't it just closed with a leather strap or something?
No, you said there was a lock.
They are locked.
I
Both
know.
of them are
Lock on it.
locked. Yeah.
Right, but what is the lock attached to?
It's part of the
I thought it
strap.
was a leather strap.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
Make sure they're not.
I mean, it's a thick strap and it's a hardy looking lock, but it is just part of the strap. Yeah.
fair. Yeah. My thought was either getting someone to pick it or cut the strap.
Make sure that nothing is going to happen when you do that.
Fair. I had planned on it.
Hmm.
I believe I'm probably the best suited for this, especially if it's written in anything other than common.
Depends on the language. I can read others that you can't. So if you
Just
can
kind
read-
of look at her. As far as reading goes, probably not.
yeah, because yours is basically Google Translate.
If you're afraid I'm going to do something nefarious with him, then
No.
fine.
I just want you to be careful with them. We've already lost enough tonight.
I'm aware.
I know you.
Is there anything magical about that amulet, or is it just one of the nicer but plain, like, normal item amulets?
I take it you're casting Detect Magic.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, just to see if there was anything else that was resonating on her in the
Okay.
books themselves.
Yes, you can beseech Zadok to allow you to see the arcane energies that flow through this world. Your eyes immediately are washed over with this inky blackness, and you look about the body and the items you've taken off of her. Yes, the holy symbol does look like it is lightly magical, uh, like any sort of like any holy symbol of a more devout, higher level practitioner of that faith would have.
So, like, Tolly's would basically ping the same too?
Similar to the head of Tali's hammer. Yeah. But this amulet has a much more negative energy sort of feel to it.
So specifically, I was asking because I know magic items are hard to destroy under normal circumstances.
Yeah.
Ander wanted to just like
So
toss it on the
distract.
ground and blast it.
Keela would stop that
But-
too.
Oh,
We should take it back with us to show.
fine. Take it.
He's like, I understand you're wanting to destroy it.
Okay.
Is there anything magical about the books while I've got, like,
Mhm.
Yes.
do they have any? Okay.
You have 2 books. One of them looks completely fine. You don't detect any sort of magic on one of the books. The other book, you can detect both an abjuration effect and an evocation effect.
Which one was
Yeah.
this? The one that was behind her?
Yes, that was specifically the one that was kept behind her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thought so.
Abjuration and evocation.
Well, fine. The one that's not magic, you can go ahead and cut open.
I wasn't gonna do it right here, right now. It was more.
It's fair.
More just he was going about all this in a very methodical kind of
Mm-hmm.
borderline robotic sort of way. Like,
Yeah, that's what I figured.
so it was just, all right, book. Those are the 2 things I'll deal with. Kind of like it just in his head. It's all very detached right now, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, you've collected everything of note off of her body.
Yeah. Just stand up from it and. Well, I suppose we should get some rest. Most of us seem to be in rather rough shape.
Yeah. Well, we shouldn't leave either of them lying there right in the road. Practicality in Sagana's case.
Well, I guess. Do you have exo? Did you go down or no? Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
no,
right. Oh
Akila
yeah,
was
that's right.
one
'Cause I
roll
brought
away
you back
from
up.
living or dying.
That's right. Because yeah. Give me a hand with Omen.
Yeah.
While you were doing this, you noticed that Bost has, well, he's looking around. You notice during the commotion that Bost's horse has run off. He is going about calling out to the horse and trying to find it. What are your intentions with these two bodies?
Well, Sagana, I think we should take with us, because Tali can speak with dead.
Mm.
Omen, we need to burn.
I will let everybody roll a religion check. Anybody who cares about honoring somebody's death rituals.
Oh, I got a 20. Oh,
Okay.
Stephanie doesn't know shit about religion. Which is fair.
Sure don't.
Akila, you're probably not really in the mindset right now to worry about that.
Nope.
Ander, with Tali mentioning it, you remember, Tali, for whatever reason, probably during some of your downtime research or whatnot, you have heard stories of the Romvir culture. And you're not certain of the nuances of it, but the Rom do, of course, practice a specific funerary rite, a specific internment process and whatnot, that is very sort of honoring the dead and ushering their soul into the next life and providing for those of the next generations that he has died to protect. So it is up to you whether you want to burn his body on the side of the road, or if you want to, try to figure out what those death customs are and honor him that way. I will remind you, Tali, because you do have the spell, I believe. You have general repose, right? That's something clerics know, whether you have it
yeah,
prepared or
just not.
not.
Yeah,
General
I have it.
repose, not only does it stop them from decaying, but it will prevent them from rising as undead.
Yeah,
We discussed
we
that
actually had
earlier. this
before. We had this
So,
conversation beforehand.
just for the sake of story and that you all know everything that you have, if you feel like taking the risk that Omen's not going to immediately get up as an undead, you can wait till tomorrow morning and cast general repose on him, and he'll be fine for 10 days.
Down for that. I'd rather, do his death ritual stuff, properly.
I bring up the question of how do we get Omen anywhere to do that?
Also, I bring up the question of practicality of burying people when we know there's undead cult.
Well, I mean, there has to be something we can do to, at least just partially.
Tali, with a 20, I'll say, sometimes, for some reasons, or at least some parts, might be actually entombed, or inhumed. But cremation is also a valid form of, part of the death custom of Rom. But there's a way to go about it that is not just immediately burning them on the side of the road.
Well, you can't just set a body on fire.
Right.
Got an oven, I think, right?
Well, no, I mean, you have to set a full-on fire that you have to tend to for basically a day, because
Mhm.
bodies don't burn easily.
No.
A lot of water.
But I will say, especially with some help, Bost's horse was a trained horse, not a war horse, but a trained riding horse. Bost will take some time, probably half an hour, 45 minutes or so. He will be fairly insistent on it. Welcome you guys to help, but fairly insistent on finding his horse, and after about half an hour, 45 minutes, he will have found it and bring it back. So to help transport these two bodies, not only do you have a Goliath that can lift several hundred pounds, you also now have a horse.
Okay.
It may be an awkward trip back. Probably somebody, Aquila, will probably have to sling one of these bodies over her shoulder the entire time, because the horse
I was
won't
gonna
be
say,
able
it's
to carry
like-
both. But,
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like Aquila can't carry Omen. He's like just over what I can. He's over what I can manage, especially
Okay.
with my gear.
yeah.
Sagana she can carry.
Horses are pretty strong. I'd say without Bost riding the horse, you can just drape Omen over the horse and walk beside it.
Well, the goal anyway right now is just to get them kind of out of the road.
Mhm.
So I guess back to wherever we had camp set up.
Okay.
I do that while Bost is hunting his horse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Until I will help move bodies.
How is Sebgi dealing with this situation?
Well, I guess he's kind of processing everything. I guess she's
Mhm.
moving a little slower than she normally would, I guess.
Mhm.
She'll help with moving bodies, but I guess she's just not, I don't know.
A little
I'm not sure how
detached
to
at the moment.
word it exactly.
Yeah, Sebgi,
Yeah.
you're probably not very familiar, luckily, with dealing with death, dealing with bodies. You've of course been traveling with this group long enough and have killed enough things, humanoids included, that taking the life, especially a bad guy life, is not terribly morally taxing on you. But losing Linnea, now losing Omen, and the way that it went about it, certainly can be jarring. But if anything, you could recognize the amount of strength that it took, both Omen and Ander, to actually pull that off. And going out strong is an important part of both Talavin and Balhest, ideals. The fact that he died a warrior, he died strong, and even though he was being puppeted by something else, he died protecting his friends and his family. So you're processing that. Bost is retrieving his horse. The rest of you are dealing with bodies, and we'll say you get a 100, 200 feet or whatnot off the side of the road. As I said before, it is fairly open here, not a terrible amount of cover, and there's not that much, real darkness left to the night. You probably have 3-4 hours until sunrise, just to set the stage, as far as how you want to camp.
My thought was just, we had camp set up, so
Yeah.
just
It's been trampled
And-
through in that fight, but
Yeah.
yeah, you can go and set everything back up.
yeah, getting it set up enough for people to at least get a little bit of sleep.
Problem is
And
now basically everybody's going to need to sleep the rest of the night.
everyone else gets some rest. I'll stay up. I don't particularly relish what would be in my head tonight anyway. I made it out the best, so I can go a night.
Are you gonna be okay?
I'm sure I'll manage. But the rest of you definitely look like you need whatever rest you can get right now.
Sound good to everyone else?
Wake somebody up if you need anything. All he needs to meditate. She has 2 levels of exhaustion.
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, literally everyone else needs physical rest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to sleep, but I need it.
Okay. Now, some of you got some sleep earlier in the night, but since the rest was cut off by a very exhaustive combat, if anybody who wants, their full rest in order to, properly regain hit points and clear exhaustion, you'll have to sleep for another 8 hours. So you'll be waking up, probably around noon or just after.
Mm.
I believe most of you have tents. It probably won't be a very restful or comfortable sleep, both psychologically and because in a few hours the sun will be up. But I can say you can rest long enough if you choose to negate one of those exhaustions and regain your health.
Okay.
Or you could rest for a few hours. Basically treat it as a short rest and head on out.
I think
It's up
we
to you guys.
need the. I was gonna say I think we need the full rest.
Okay.
Yeah. Tali can just like take her 4 hours and then let Ander go do his thing.
That's right.
That's true, yeah. Of course, 4 hours isn't going to help Ander. Ander would have to sleep for another 8 hours.
Yeah.
Andrew only needs a short rest.
That's true. He's not terribly hurt physically.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we're all messed up emotionally.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to do before we call it a night?
Haven't we had enough?
That's not a leading question. That is asking for consent to continue the narrative.
I know. It's just like I think we've had enough for this night.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Tali's just gonna have like her hood up and meditate like under a tree or something.
Ander, is there anything you want to do or narrate as you sit there for 4+ hours? 4 to 8 hours.
Yeah. I was trying to say. I am legitimately keeping watch. I suppose probably go ahead and cut the strap on the non-trapped book and see if there's just kind of give it a quick see what it's written in.
You take a knife out and you go to cut the strap of this book, and as an adventurer, you probably have a fairly large, sharp knife. You get it underneath the strap and try to cut it loose, but no matter how hard no matter how much force you put into this blade, it won't cut the leather.
Okie dokie.
Good leather.
That's new.
I suspected it was going to be something like that. No way it was going to be that easy.
Because the other thing I was thinking of doing is going to be too much focus for actually trying to do a legitimate watch, so I'll wait for later.
Okay.
So no, he's just kind of just kind of sitting there, sort of staring out. I suppose checking on Redna every so often, see if he's kind of recovered at all. I know we left him kind of stunned.
Yeah. Redna has recovered at this point, at least from the initial actual stun that they were suffering from. They're no longer in that sort of short spear form. Redna has gone back to largely a sort of amorphous blob, but has more consistency than, if Redna was unconscious or so. Actively keeping themselves together without really caring to take a real form. It looks like Redna's resting for the most part, which is unusual because Redna really doesn't usually rest. There's definitely a confusion to them that you can sense. A level of detachment, even, like they're trying to process forgetting something or missing something, being without something.
Join the club, buddy.
But for the most part, unless there's anything specific, Ren is basically just
That's fine. I just
trying
want
to
to make
keep
sure he
himself together. Yeah.
seemed to be recovering from everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So 4 hours goes by and the sun starts to come up. Tali, you've had enough meditation.
Medication.
Spiritual
That
medication.
too.
So you can spend the first part of your very early morning amongst your comrades, performing your prayers and beseeching Leywena for the blessings of whatever spells that you'd like to prepare for today, and whatever else you would like to get up to. You have you and Ander, assuming that Ander doesn't try to get some sleep in, not that it will be mechanically all that beneficial. You have another 4 hours if there's anything you particularly want to do, though I'm happy to time skip into the 4 hours and wake everybody up.
Well, Tali's going to go ahead and cast Gentle Repose on Omen as a ritual.
Okay. Would you like to do the same to
also,
Sagana?
Yeah, just in case, because we don't want her coming back.
Yeah, if it's a ritual.
Yeah.
No
Should be
reason not
fine.
to.
Mm.
Okay. You were saying something else?
I think that's everything for now.
Okay.
So I just keep and watch.
Ander is going to go back to his tent, and I'm gonna try and get at least a short rest, enough to get my spells back, and I guess roll a couple hit die to get myself back up.
Oh yeah, warlocks get all your stuff back on short rest anyway. Yeah, you can roll a hit dice or two and recover and get your spells back, and you're fine with an hour or so of rest.
Still assuming I'll have a level of exhaustion until I get some actual sleep.
That's
but...
true. Yes. When the clock rolls around to the next day, you will accrue a level of exhaustion.
And then after that, he is gonna start reading through Omen's spellbook, and specifically, and I don't actually Christian, you can tell me if this is in there or not. Is it just spells, or is it like research, other notes about things?
And
This
is
book,
it in something he can read?
yeah, this book
Omen wrote in a cipher.
is written entirely in a cipher.
Right, but that is still a written language, is my thought process.
Your ability to read languages, Zadok cannot translate a cipher. It only translates known languages.
So yeah, I don't know if it matters to you. The way that the cipher is written under the linguist feat is that it can be read by magical means. It can be deciphered that way.
But comprehend language, I believe, which is what it emulates, does not translate ciphers. If I remember correctly, I'll look that up. Comprehend language.
It's
Understand
not
any-
replicating comprehend language. It is a unique feature that's just you
Right.
can read all writing. Eyes of the Runekeeper is
right.
Oh, sorry.
We've the way this works is that Zadok knows the languages and can translate them for you. Zadok does not know this language because Omen literally just made it up. You can, however, try to decipher it. That is part of the feat.
Okay.
It's not
I'll
unreadable.
try.
You just have to work for it, and will take some time.
Fair. So I will begin working on that then.
Okay.
Question still stands. Is there just spells, or are there other notes of?
This book in particular is just a spell book. There are no notes written. There is no.
Okay.
Right.
It is simply a spell book. Because of the material cost to create the spell book, it would be a waste of money to use it for research or that sort of stuff. At least from a pragmatic standpoint.
Yeah.
Of
Fair.
which Omen comes from that mentality.
Fair.
But he does not have any other notes or research or anything like that. Omen was not the smartest guy in the world, but he seemed to keep most of his knowledge contained in his head.
Ander, go ahead and make me an intelligence check. Just a d20 plus your intelligence modifier. 17. I'm checking now, but Omen, if you remember, does that do it? I don't think it
Strictly
does.
speaking, no.
No, it doesn't. But it was fairly high, and I will put this
close.
on a. It's close, yeah. I'll put this on a clock of you working towards getting it deciphered.
Fine. I realized my idea apparently. In my head, I imagine spellbooks having like notes and stuff scrawled in the like, oh, this came up with this kind of thing. But
This particular book,
because you had to rewrite it.
He just rewrote it before we went
Yeah.
on this trip, so there hasn't been a lot of time for that. Certainly, I think in the burnt up spell book there were like beginnings of new spells that he would have been researching in that manner, but not.
And that
in
makes
this one.
sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, you can make out different diagrams and perhaps even drawings of some kind, but any written language is. Yeah, I mean, you can read the alphabet. It's just complete gibberish.
So the specific goal I had right now was just to record any of his research notes, non-magical spells, in my book, so that they were essentially preserved.
Yeah, unfortunately.
His goal is to preserve Omen's knowledge,
Right,
and carry it forward. But yeah. So I guess I'll just focus on my hit die then
Okay.
and spells.
Mm. Mm.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, you don't have much to recover, and you can spend up to 4 because you get 4 back
Ye-
every. You can at least
Yeah.
spend up to 4 because you get 4 back on every long rest. So there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh.
That'll do it.
Man, I was gonna laugh so much if there was a third net one.
Okay.
It seems appropriate.
Sucked.
And yeah.
Yes. So the rest of the group stays sleeping well into the day. Tali and Ander, as you are continuing to keep watch, like I said, a couple hundred miles, a couple hundred feet off the road, you do eventually noticing traffic. As I said, this is a normal imperial highway. And it starts off as a slow trickle, a few people at a cart here and there. But you are noticing increased traffic coming from the south.
So going towards Carquin?
Yes.
Coming from Dupont.
Yeah.
By the time the rest of the group wakes up, there's a large caravan of both foot traffic, people on horses, and carts. Some of the carts even being laden down with a lot of what looks like personal possessions and furniture.
Just go talk to one of them real quick.
Yeah,
to
you
confirm.
can jog back over to the road and say hello.
Hello, excuse me. I'll just find some random person.
Do you want to talk to somebody just walking, somebody on a horse, somebody driving a cart?
Walking.
Okay.
Walking is easier.
Yeah. You can find middle-aged guy, with a younger sort of probably early 20s, probably a son, walking beside him. They're wearing fairly simple attire. They look tired. They look like they've been on the road for a couple days. Make an insight check just to start this off, just to read
yes,
them.
I'm good at those. Cool.
You got
Nope.
You got
those, huh?
you have way too much else on your mind right now.
And she does.
Hello, morning, I guess. Where'd you
morning.
come from?
Are you? Oh, my group's camping over there. Are you coming from Dupont?
Yeah, a bunch of us. Last we heard, the town was coming under attack. Wanted to get out of there.
Okay, so you haven't seen anything yet. You're just evacuating ahead of time.
Right. Yeah. Others decided to stay. You can see when he's talking about this, the younger guy sort of crosses his arms and continues walking ahead. The older guy sort of nods his head at him. The boy wanted to stay and fight. I've already lost his mother. I wanted to get us out of there. It's not our fight. We just moved there a few months ago. I hate to say it,
Understandable.
but don't know too much about it. Somebody just came announcing down the street that there was going to be trouble. Rumors said the dead were walking. It's
Yeah.
a good number of people didn't believe it, but we've been hearing a lot of stories recently. I don't think the world is as safe as it's been in the past.
Yeah, smart. Better safe than sorry.
We didn't have much.
Definitely.
I wasn't taking the chance.
It's better to get out with your lives than stay with your possessions, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good of you to take this threat seriously. I will let you keep walking. Thank you for your time, sir.
Right.
Be safe.
You too. Continues. Moving along.
And I'll just head back to camp.
Tully's awkwardness is always a treat.
I just love. Good job taking the threat seriously.
I mean, honestly, it's how I feel about Hurricane.
I mean, yeah, they should though. It is a serious threat. They need to
It
get
is.
someplace safe.
Well,
Yep.
we just left. I think the whole town is about to be overrun and a lot of people are gonna die. Thanks for taking it seriously. You stay healthy. Bye.
Yeah.
I get it, but it's Tully. What were you
Yep.
expecting?
Yep, now that it makes sense. Okay. You can head back to the group. And this is a fairly
I'll let them know
consistent train of
Mm-hmm.
a number of people, several dozen people.
Are the rest of us awake at this point?
We'll say for the ease of narrative, yeah.
Okay. Keel's gonna check the tablet.
Okay. You pull out the tablet, and indeed, it has it's full with writing, top to bottom.
All right, what's it say?
The tablet reads, as you imagine Regina's voice. I am going to move us out of off of our combat camera so I can put this back on my main screen so I can read it easier. The tablet reads, as you feared, Dupont has been attacked by undead forces. We still stand, but we've suffered some casualties. The army assaulted the walls while a smaller force of specters and the like came for the guild hall. We managed to safeguard a number of townsfolk in the hall, but the battle was difficult. Luteth and Eula are badly injured. Kedrith is hopeful that they'll recover, but it's close. We also lost some townsfolk. I don't know if you knew any of them. As far as the town, the walls still stand and many have been saved, but we lost a lot of good men and women driving back the enemy. A good number of the town fled northward to Kerquin when we got word from Corinne. By the time you see this, you may have seen them. I'd hope they made it safely. Others sought refuge here in the guild hall or in other locations about town. I'm proud to say still others, a large number of the able-bodied, stayed as a militia force. I'm equally saddened that many of them lost their lives. Some may even be carried off by the undead. But I've heard they fought bravely and skillfully. The undead never made it past the gates. If they had, the town very well may have been lost. We're still assessing the losses, but it could have been a lot worse. I fear they would not have retreated if they did find the spear here. It did look like they were looking thoroughly, though. As quickly and unflinchingly as they came, once they were satisfied we did not have what they were looking for, they retreated back east. With diminished forces and no seeming reason to bother them, I hope they bypass Lydiate again. Please tell me the legions are mobilizing to deal with this threat. It is unfortunately too much for our fledgling guild to handle alone. I hope all of you are well, and that Bost made it safely to Kerquin. Rennick has been worried sick, though he'd never admit to it. If the spear is so important, we have to find a way to protect it, possibly even use it against her.
Hmm.
Regardless, there has
About
to be
that.
more to her agenda than simply retrieving a weapon. We need to get ahead of this. Keep me apprised of the situation best you can. I want to make sure we put these dead back in the ground where they belong. And I can't say with certainty that the threat is gone for good, but if you see the refugees, let them know there's still a town to come back to.
Cool. So I'm gonna need a minute to think on response for that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot to put on one. Well, I guess not too bad. That wasn't too bad. Never mind.
I mean, it's
Probably
it's
real
a
small.
chalkboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It was kind of crammed in there in the bottom, so the writing was wrapped back up the side.
Nice. Very efficient.
Oh yeah. Because boss didn't take any injuries in the fight, so he's fine.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about? Bost was beat
No,
up.
I mean like, yeah,
He's
I
rested,
mean,
so
he
he's
didn't take-
recovered
oh.
full hit points. He didn't take any
Yeah.
any mortal wounds.
and it's like,
yeah,
yeah, like I said, he didn't take any like lingering injuries or whatnot.
sure.
So I mean, it's like physically and mechanically, he's fine.
Mhm.
Because it was when I was like, I was gonna start off with the good news. It's like, yeah, tell Rennick that boss is fine, or at least still alive. Yeah, so I'm gonna need a minute.
Out of curiosity, were you like reading that out loud to everyone, or is it just you right now that knows that?
Right now, it's just me. Because Akila's probably just in general disinclined to immediately read things aloud. Secret missives and whatnot,
Yeah.
secret communications and all that.
Do you sort of just like throw it to the ground as you're processing it, or are you actively keeping it to yourself?
No, she would communicate at least the general message of it.
Okay.
Well, she would communicate what Regina said, not necessarily read it aloud word for word. So yes, after she's read it and had a moment for herself to process what's being said, she would tell the others what was on it.
Yeah, I can confirm that's the caravan up there. They said they got out before anything happened, so
The town still exists.
good to hear.
I put it in a handout if anyone wants to
Cool, that's fine.
reference
That's
it later. Yeah. Because I know it was a lot.
That's, yes, awesome. I appreciate this.
I think I wrote down most of it. I'm gonna paraphrase a few things, but I think I got most of it. Yeah.
So, do we want to head back on the Carquin or go to the pond?
We did tell Starmov that we were gonna back, didn't we?
Yeah.
We probably should go back to Kirkwin. At least just for like a day or two. Do you really want to go see what's happening in Dupont?
Are we even going to get in with this crowd going there?
Mm.
We've traveled what, a day so far to this point?
About, give or take. It's you had to push yourself a little bit getting this point. It's probably 9-10 hours out from Carquin.
How many days travel is it to Dupont from here?
On foot, 4 days.
If we do travel to Kirkwin, we'll have to cover Omen and Sagana with the, because we can't really travel with a caravan with them on the course exposed, you know.
Yeah. How to explain two dead bodies.
Yeah.
Well, if Regina's right and they've retreated, we can't do anything to help the town now anyway.
No. I suppose not.
Suppose the place would be most effective is at whatever meeting Saramov cooks up in Carquin.
Fair enough. Then we should load up our cargo and the Omen and get the move on.
Did we ever move the undead griffin out from the side of the road?
No,
Or
we
is it still
didn't.
also there?
When you were saying you were moving bodies, I assumed you were also moving the griffin.
Okay.
Or the
Fair enough.
hippogriff.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Because if
I
not,
didn't
there's
even
a
think
whole
about it. I
caravan of
forgot
people.
about it. I
Yeah,
completely forgot
yeah.
about it.
Okay. Just wanted to make
Out
sure.
of character, that'd be a 10-day round trip. About to get to Dupont and back. Like,
Mm-hmm.
if we
Yeah.
touch the wall and then immediately turn it around.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Saramov said it would just be like a few days before he could get this meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah.
It's been,
And we've already
I guess
spent
it'll
one of
be
those
2 once
days.
we get back. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess let Regina know that what happened with us.
That's what I'm working on right now.
Oh, okay.
So it sounds like the intention is, well, Akila is preparing a response to load the bodies up on the horse, cover them up, and
Yeah.
head to Carriquin.
Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, we have tents to cover them with.
Is
Yeah.
Boss going to be
Yeah,
okay with going to Kirkwin after hearing that?
No, it seems like Rennick's alright. Because he wasn't mentioned among the injured.
I'll leave it to your discretion. You're right. Regina would have said. I'm sure he's fine. Wherever I can be most useful.
Well, if
Once
anything,
we
you can
get to
help us.
Carriquin, you can turn and leave immediately if you feel the need.
Okay.
But it would be
Let's
good having your help
transport.
in transporting Omen.
Just nods to that.
We appreciate that.
Thank you, boss.
Okay. So Taylor, you can take the time you need to formulate a response there.
I mean,
Um,
yeah. Not like you don't know the events that happen. And it's largely going to be relating, so I'll work on it.
but
You're
the rest
married.
of you, as I said, get the body situated on the horse, cover them up best you can, and join the tail end of this caravan. Now, let me ask. Do you want to? Do you want to try to, overtake the caravan and try to push towards Carriquin? Or do you want to move at the caravan pace, probably camp again tonight and arrive in Carriquin the next morning? So they are moving a little bit slower, and you did have to press yourself a little bit on to get down to this point from Carriquin.
I mean, I'd like to get a little bit ahead of them because don't want to be caught up in the processing of all of that getting into the city.
Yeah.
Who's still? I believe
Traffic.
Ollie's the only one that still has a level of exhaustion, right?
Well, Ander does
And
now.
just one.
Ander and Tali have one. Everybody else recovered their exhaustion. Okay. Which only is skill
So,
checks. That doesn't
good.
affect speed.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So you sort of go off the paved road, and walk alongside the caravan, bypassing the slower moving, laden down supply carts and wagons and whatnot. I will say you will definitely make it to Carriquin. It is just a matter of how exhaustive a process it will be. So I will ask everybody to make another Constitution check for a forced march to see in what state you are when you get to Carriquin. Having purposely moving quicker, marching faster to overtake this caravan and push on a little later in the evening.
Fair.
Constitution check or save? Well, it actually doesn't matter for Ander.
I believe it's a check.
It's a saving throw.
It's a save? Okay.
Oh,
Never mind.
save.
It's a save. Make a save.
Well, save you don't have disadvantage on, Stephen.
Yeah.
It's true.
Oh, right.
So it does make a difference.
Hmm.
I think we're just waiting on Sevgi. But everyone else, at the very least, there we go, there's Sevgi. Yeah, all we were looking for was a 10, so everybody manages to overtake the caravan and get there. I mean, you got a late start, and it's about a 10-hour walk, so you don't get there until probably close to midnight. On the 5th, it is. So really, the wee hours of the 6th. You can
We're used to
overtake.
keeping odd hours.
Yeah. At this point, you are.
I forgot to put the date.
Yeah, you overtake the caravan, but not by terribly much. Though they did decide to camp. You would know, so they won't be arriving until early morning. Depending on when you wake up, they may get into town before you wake up, since you got in so late. But you do make it to Carquin. You get up to the large, imposing city gates of the second triumvirate capital of the homeland of the Empire. There's a number of gate guards out there. You go through the normal process. How coy are you being about there being 2 dead people on this horse?
I mean, they're dead people.
Yeah.
We're transporting our dead.
Okay.
We're adventurers. It happens.
Also, they're
It's
It's
part
like,
of the
you know-
threat that's, behind the caravan.
so I was gonna say, it's like, there's census business going
What?
on here. There's census business going on here.
All right. Paperwork. Let's see him.
I don't know. Does
Am I-
Sagana have any paperwork?
I mean, he was asking for yours. You said census business.
Oh, I ain't a census person. Technically, sort of. Kind of. It's complicated. I wasn't saying that. I wasn't saying that part.
Is it just? I assume there's more than one guard in
Yes.
eye and earshot. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's two guards on this side of the gate and 2 guards on the inside of the gate, and probably another 1 or 2, on the interior of the gate.
And they'd be able to hear if I cast a spell or something.
At
Well,
least
Sevgi
the
has
one
paperwork.
10 feet on the other side of.
Yeah. Okay.
And depending on how distracting your comrades are.
Septi has census paperwork.
Yeah, I need to know what you are doing or saying in character.
Yeah, sorry. A little stream of consciousness. Though I did want to ask, mostly Andrew, in my reply to Regino, should I mention Omen having been possessed, or just that he was killed?
I would, mention, yes, let her know the full situation.
All right.
I wouldn't want her to be caught off guard by the same situation if it arises.
Do you want me to tell her that it was you that killed him?
I don't think that's necessary yet.
Okay, then I won't.
I'd rather break that one personally.
Mm-hmm. I'll leave it to you.
Thank you.
So we'll say this was a conversation you had during the trek, and
Yeah,
not in front of
yeah.
the guards.
Yeah, no.
She did say when she was writing the message.
Yeah,
Right.
I did specify.
So let me help you guys play this out. You get up to the gate. There are guards around. What do we got here?
I was trying to think, actually.
Not all that accusingly, just Odin Carquin. What do we got here?
Hi, good evening. We are adventurers from Dupont. We came ahead of an attack.
An
There's a
attack.
caravan coming behind us as well.
They don't know that.
Yeah, but now they do.
What's
Oh, notice with the caravan coming.
He waves over two other guards. What's going on?
Well, Dupont was attacked, and this is
Attacked by
the
who?
caravan that's coming. Probably
We're ahead
behind
of the caravan.
Yeah, we're ahead of the caravan. I'm letting him know that.
Attacked by who?
There was an undead army.
An undead army.
Yes.
Right.
Damn it.
He's going to make an insight check.
I'm 100%
He's
serious.
not lying.
Right.
I was trying to come up with a convincing cover story before that.
Something that
I mean,
wasn't.
they're gonna find out.
Hey, undead are coming.
Yeah, he.
I mean, that's what they told the caravan, right? So.
Yeah. He's
They
not.
would have found out eventually.
He's not completely blowing you off, but you don't get the sense that he's fully committed to what you just said. And who are you?
We're with the
People's
People's
Ascension.
Ascension. Guild Hall in Dupont.
Sotomov's pet
Right.
project.
Some sort of mercenary group.
Not exactly.
Well, a guild. More like
A mercenary guild.
adventurers. Texts.
Right.
We've had it
Okay.
hard.
One of the other guards that he calls over pulls out a book and what can you tell me about this undead army?
Yeah, Tali.
What's the situation?
Well, we're already on our way to Tel Saramov. Then there's going to be a meeting with the, I don't know, board people,
The board people.
and they'll get back to you.
Who?
I'm gonna send you to this asylum.
So, quick question. Does Sagana look visibly like not a living person anymore? If an average person who doesn't know, who hasn't seen undead or the effects of necrotic energy.
With the help of somebody who could convince them of that, yes. She looks slightly more deteriorated than somebody who just yesterday died.
Okay. Point out all of the ways in which she is very clearly. Well, Aquila knows knows these sorts of things, so
Yes, and Aquila has crap charisma, but go ahead.
I'm not trying to lie.
Okay. So I assume between the two of you, you uncover Sagana
Yeah,
and start pointing various things out. Okay.
So specifically, the approach Ander was going to take was essentially step in and be, we're here on behalf, we're working for high-ranking members of the city, as well as high-ranking members of the Arcane Census. We just fought one of their bloody lieutenants, and he'll pull the tent away from Sagana.
Who's lieutenants?
The undead army we just fricking mentioned.
Right.
Does that look normal to you? And start, or actually, yeah. If Aquila is stepping in too.
Yeah, again, she would step in to
You
specifically
are-
identify. It's like see how you can tell that this is not.
It looks like a dead. Who is? And Aquila, you start going like, look at the skin, look at the eyes, look at the holes in her hands. This isn't right. Yada yada.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Giving them a whole lesson on
And
it.
who are you reporting to?
Saramov.
Saramoth. Is
We're
that a
reporting
first?
Saramoth, who is
Is that a first name or a last name? Or a title?
I believe that's the last name.
Right.
we're reporting to one of the nobility of the city. He is working on getting members of the census and the empire.
Yes, you mentioned the proconsul.
Okay.
So that's the word I was looking for earlier. I couldn't
And
remember it, so
I
I said
believe he
word
also
instead.
mentioned the eulogium.
Right. Well, have to make sure all your paperwork is in order. Okay. So is there any documentation you have from this noble you're employed under? What are you pointing at? Your
The
armband?
armband. Yeah.
It's not exactly documentation, but okay. Census? Paperwork? Any of you?
Hand over my cleric card.
I guess Sebby will hand over papers.
Okay.
Yeah,
Aquila.
we really need to.
Yes. I'm not supposed to exist as a blood hunter.
That's true. So I take it you don't hand over any paperwork.
Nope.
Okay.
I mean, heck, if I was going to use the fact that I was a blood hunter, we wouldn't have been here explaining this crap.
Yeah. So
Would
you're
have just been like,
you're a standard
here's my-
warrior. You just have two big swords at your side that you cut people with. Okay.
Yeah. as far as they know, that's all I am.
They take the paperwork from the Tempest twins and record that as thoroughly as they can. And they give Aquila and Ander a real thorough look over. And probably after about 10 minutes or so of you guys explaining what is going on here, going over paperwork and talking about who you're reporting to and what's going on, they eventually send you on your way in. The first one starts again. Just, I don't know. We'll be in touch, I guess. As soon as we figure out who this Saramov guy is.
Yeah.
Wave one of us down if anything's going on, but we'll be sending a report in.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
I guess get these two wherever they need to go. Don't need you walking down the main streets with one dead and one possible, I don't know, zombie woman, I guess.
She's
So,
dead now.
Yeah, just don't cause any trouble.
Wouldn't dream of it.
And as previously, I know we've skipped over this the last couple times you've been in Carriquin. But as with any of the capital cities, they do go over with one of their wands on all of your weapons and just sort of tink on each one of them, with the stipulation that if any of these objects draw blood, it will sound an alarm. You are advised to keep your rowdy adventurer ways outside the walls. But they send you on your way in.
Yeah, no, fine. I was just remembering that time where I decided to ask. It's like, what if I draw my own?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So you head off into the city of Carquin. As you are walking away, one of you turns around and looks back, and you do see the sort of scrawny, younger, Weasley-looking guard there that was taking down all of your information, run off down another joined street, with a small sachet in his hands. Where are you guys going? Zarmovs?
I assume. To some place where we can get Omen settled.
Steven,
You're muted.
I had it 2 different places when I wanted to use the bathroom. Yes, Sarmovs.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, you are familiar with Zaramov's estate. You've been there a number of times. Okay. Yes, you get up to the estate, you go past the low wall, past the well-manicured lawn and garden of his estate, up to the large, heavy dark wood double doors featuring the People's Ascension Guild Hall symbol. Knock on the doors, the familiar later middle-aged servant man answers the door. Oh, hello, welcome. Not a pleasant get-together, I suppose. Come on in. What is... I'll go summon the master. He escorts you back down to the familiar parlor. And is... just set them down. He points to a couch in the corner. Over there, I suppose.
So we put Omen down nicely and just drop Sagana.
Thump. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna keep them both wrapped in whatever tent they were in.
I mean, they're still wrapped up because they probably
Yeah.
had to be wrapped separately, but Sagana's still just getting thump.
Mhm. Okay. He
Not gonna
runs
be
off
nice
and
to that
gets
one.
Zarmov. Who in fairly short order comes and greets you in his parlor. Hello, welcome back. Yes, said you were all in a bit of a dour state. What, not good, I take it.
Shiloh,
Night.
we managed to meet up with Bost, and kind of yeah, because we would still need the horse just to get the bodies here.
Mhm.
And I imagine Bost is probably polite enough that he didn't just immediately get on the horse and walk away.
Yeah.
We managed to meet up with Bost and kind of gesture to him. I attempted to try and discover exactly how the spear is connected to Shiloh. And in doing so, alerted her to our presence. She attacked us in the middle of the night. Managed to get the spear from us. And did something to Omen that turned him against the group.
Mm.
In the meantime, it seems like an attack was launched on Dupont. They managed to repel it at a cost. But the town is still standing, it seems. We did manage to take one of her upper and kind of gesture / kick at
That one.
Sagana's body, the one that actually brought her back in the first place.
That could be useful. Good. Good.
Why she's not burnt.
She
Right.
was already undead.
Okay. We have a lot to discuss. Okay. At this point, Boss does raise a hand. Sir, the rest of you, with your permission, I'd like to.
Just kind of as he starts talking, just
Go ahead.
just
Go back
yeah,
to them.
before he leaves, just walk over to him. Be safe, for the love of God, and check on Luteth and Eula as soon as you get in.
I will. I'm sure you'll hear from Regina one way or another. Thank you.
Yeah. Kind of
Right,
pat him on the
safe.
shoulder.
And Boss will head off.
Hmm.
I suppose you then take some time to recount what happened and what you got in the message to Sarmov. Okay. Well, could have been worse.
It could have. It doesn't make it feel much better.
We knew it was a risk transporting this. We knew it was a risk keeping it there, certainly, but we knew it was a risk either way. And with Omen compromised somehow, we'll have to look in on what that was. And what sort of ritual made her.
Did I already attempt to figure out what had happened to Omen? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
You made a. I
Or is that
believe
just
you made a
he
check.
wouldn't have any idea?
I believe you made a check during the fight to see if you could ascertain what was going on. But if you want
I
to
think
do a
you're
more
right.
thorough investigation or more thorough research, we can get into that.
I was just trying to think of at the time if I had, but I think you're
Yeah.
right. I think I did try and just
Would
try
I
and determine
potentially-
whether he was.
Yeah, I believe what you got was that he was possessed by some sort of undead spirit of some kind, and you know that there are a number of undead, a number of incorporeal undead that can possess bodies for variable lengths of time with variable degrees of control. It would take more information to determine what possessed him.
More, I was trying to figure out if Ander would be able to piece together how it happened.
Also, I was gonna say it's like in character kill definitely suspects it was in the burial mound.
Yeah,
when he was almost dead.
You know that despite all overwhelming, ridiculously slim odds, you found him alive after he tried to 1v400 an army.
I was basically
Of
trying to figure out,
undead.
if that was. Unfortunately, now we know that ourselves, so I can't tell if that's something that is just that obvious or if.
Considering you saw and fought incorporeal undead there, and there was no good reason anybody should have survived that, that's probably the least common denominator of when it could have happened.
Okay.
It doesn't make sense for anything before that to have triggered anything, but that was likely the earliest it could have happened.
Okay. I was just trying. I wanted to make sure that wasn't metagamey and that Ander could have put that together.
That makes sense.
Yeah, no, I said I was figuring that would have been Akil's conclusion.
Yeah.
Just as far as answering Sormon's question on how it happened.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I would suggest, though you've been realistically concerned about it, you do have some sort of connection with a quite prominent and powerful at least on our side, necromancer, might want to call him in on this. I know somebody who can get in contact with the eulogium, and I'm still setting that up. But they're more concerned about destroying than they are about really figuring out what's going on. We might want to get somebody who knows what any of this could be.
Yeah, I suppose we should have done the trip, but oh well.
I could
going to
find
guess,
somebody in the arcane senses, but I can't think of anybody more knowledgeable than your own
Yeah.
contact. Whether you think it's...
No, sorry, I
Worth
was
it.
thinking we should have done a sending on the way too, but
Go ahead and just get his
Let's
answering
do
machine
one
again.
real quick.
You were overwhelmed with
Probably
everything that
sleeping.
happened.
Well, it's
Yeah.
the
I
middle of
think
the night now.
That's true.
I was going to suggest first thing in the morning, let him know we have something he might find more interesting than
We
the
have
toady.
Sagana.
Yes.
Mm.
What I was getting at.
You could just tell him we have Sagana.
Okay.
I think playing coy is not going to be in our favor.
I haven't been in any of the meetings with him. I don't know. Ander wouldn't know what he knows and what he wasn't. I was trying to phrase it as Ander would have.
I know, I'm just saying.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I'm still setting things up.
I assumed
I'll introduce everybody. You know, when it comes to it, I would suggest you take tomorrow to deal with your friend, to deal with yourselves. It should take me at least that long to get everybody on the same page.
Yes, I figured you would still need more time. Unfortunately,
Mhm.
not enough for us to make it to Dupont and back, but
Yeah, that's a trek without, fancy means. Okay, well it's late. I don't know if you'll be able to do much of anything tonight, but get some rest. Handle yourselves. We'll look into this more in a couple days.
how, before I ask a dumb question, how big is this house? Like, it's mansion, right? Or just a... I was gonna ask if we had guest rooms. So we didn't have to go find a frickin' inn.
Especially with a bunch of other people coming in.
Oh yeah, those inns are gonna be packed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yes.
Point Ander would sleep in a
yes,
corner, but
no, I do have some guest quarters. Not enough for each of you, but if you pair up, they are nicer than most of the accommodations around. I can have somebody draw a bath for you and whatnot. Yeah, calls over the old servant man. Yes, let me show you around. I suppose we could put them in a closet somewhere.
how long does Gentle
Pantry.
Repose last?
10 days.
Yeah.
Oh, one casting lasts 10
yeah,
days?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
why it's really
Cool.
good.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Sagana, but Omen deserves better than the closet. Like, come on now.
I know. It's like, I don't care what. It's like, you can
Okay.
throw Sagana in a closet, but Omen doesn't deserve that.
Pantry?
It's not any better.
Can carry him into one of the rooms with us.
Right. Right.
He could sit in my room if need be.
Well, if we're going to have to pair up, you're going to be rooming with someone else.
I mean, I can just like hang out on a couch or something. I don't really need a long rest. I just need a place to meditate. So.
Mm-hmm. Okay. For the ease of continuing on, he'll show you to some rooms. We'll say Ander and Tali take a room, because Tali, like you said, you just need to meditate on a couch for a little bit, and you can place Omen, on a chair or something. Aquila and
Not
Sevgi can
creepy at
take into
all.
a room, and you can throw Sagan in a closet. Okay.
Why be nice?
And with that, I suppose we will take another night's rest.
It's
This will
6th
be
of Damascus now.
It was be the 7th that we're going into the next day.
Would it?
Yeah.
So you woke up the middle of the 5th. You traveled late into the night of the 6th. When you wake up, it'll still be the 6th, I believe. I think I'm doing my math right.
Because we got
Time
just
right.
before midnight on the 5th.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said earlier it was the 6th, but okay.
Yeah, you got into town, you got into Karaquin in the wee hours of the 6th.
Right.
And then you had this conversation with Saramov is in the... Is that right?
No.
No. Is that right?
No. Because we started out in the wee hours of the morning, you said was the 6th. Then we rested, and then we traveled. So it'd be the 7th.
So we had the fight during the second watch of on the 4th.
4th? I thought you said it was
So we had a rest.
Whatever.
It was the night of the 4th, the
on
morning
the
of the
5th.
5th. Yeah, you slept until midday
morning
on
of the
5th.
5th when we saw the caravan.
When you saw the caravan, then you spent 10 hours from midday, and then, yes, you got into, because you overtook the caravan, you didn't get into Karaquin until late in the night, which is probably another reason why the guards were so thorough, we'll say.
Sure.
Yes. So you will be waking up late in the morning on the 6th.
Oh, no. Right. Right. I did send them a message the previous day.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, so I would say it's like, tell Brennick that Bost is still alive. We met him on the road when. And it was like, that is unfortunately about the only good news we have at the moment. As I said, we met Bost on the road, intending to accompany him back to the city. And in the night, we were ambushed by Shilohway, and I think I just said another cultist, because I don't think we said who Sagana was. So just using that name would be pointless. They managed to steal the spear away from us, and Omen was revealed to have been possessed. He also began attacking us, and he was killed in the end along with the cultist. Shilohway, however, escaped with the spear. We are returning to Saramov in Karaquin. Bost plans to go back to Dupont. And I think that's all I would have had at that point.
Okay.
It's like that covers the main points.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So you can spend the night at Saramov's place. Yeah, it's a nice estate. Yeah, he does have 2 guest quarters. It's not massive. It's not palatial. It's not even, you could even say, a mansion, or on the small scale of a mansion. It's an estate. It's larger than any of the other regular homes, of the middle class area It's on the smaller side for the neighborhood that he is part of, but he does have room to expand. The rooms are nice. They're kept at a temperature that you prefer. There are just like you found newly installed in the Dupont Guild Hall. There are little panels, little whitewood panels on the side of the wall where you can adjust the temperature. You can have a bath drawn, so you can get cleaned up. They'll tend to your clothes. They'll polish your armor and your weapons if you want. You can have a nice bed to sleep on. You're not dealing with sleeping on the ground or a straw mattress. You have a proper mattress, proper down pillows, comfortable sheets. So for the first time in a bit, you are physically comfortable. And you can and you are in a safe place, or as safe as you can really be. So you can all get to sleep without having to worry about being paranoid and staying up on watch.
Without having to.
Without having to, yeah. Aquila.
Yes.
The previous night, you were able to find some rough sleep simply because you were so exhausted. You were so physically exhausted. You managed to, your body just stopped despite its mind. You're a little bit better physically today, and sleep doesn't take you as easily. And you stay up a bit, grieving a little, thinking about things that could have gone differently, playing out the situation that could have very easily turned deadly for you and for the rest of your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Eventually, you do get to sleep.
Mm-hmm.
A few hours, simply again from the onset of exhaustion. And I will ask you, because you said throughout the week that this would be something that Aquila needs to deal with, the loss, not only the loss, but also that this was the closest you've been to death in a long time, and that it would affect her. Do you have what would Aquila's dreams be like in her current state?
Would probably start back in the mountains. You know. And as most dreams like this start out, it's pretty normal. Kind of strangely normal. Sort of life that she hasn't led in a while. And seeing familiar faces. And then just going about a normal day, and then suddenly just sort of wounds start opening up on them, start bleeding and screaming. And she feels a tear across her abdomen, looks down, and she's also bleeding. And she can't do anything about it to help them, to help herself. And this feeling of being helpless and useless.
Okay.
And then instead of her tribe, it's Omen, and it's Tali, and Sebgi, and Ander. And still, she can't do anything to help them. She can't do anything to stop those around her dying, to help them, to help herself. And just hating being so useless. So incapable of helping.
Okay. And as you're moving around this dark, sort of amorphous situation, battlefield, you're not sure, looking at your comrades, your friends, your family, uh, in bad ways, beaten, bleeding out, dying, yourself just barely continuing on. It gets darker. Darker than you're used to, darker than your lupine eyes would normally allow. And you notice, you see, as you identify the dying breath of somebody you know, the darkness takes them. And then someone else. And then another one. And eventually you are left alone, hobbled over, gripping yourself, before you feel the darkness encroach on you, completely take over your vision, and you wake up. It's still the early hours in the morning. Just about sunrise. Not exactly the full long rest. I'm not going to penalize that, though, for narrative purposes. You stay laying in bed, tossing and turning, not really being able to get that feeling out of your head. That difficulty you get after waking up from a nightmare. And if it wasn't for Sevgi sleeping relatively undisturbed on the other side of the room, you may get up and try to distract yourself with other things. But you don't get much more rest after that. You get enough to feel rested generally in the morning. And you can work through your problems. Ander. Likewise, at night, you get to sleep. And you're dreaming. You find yourself in a forest. Moving along, you interact with some people that you really can't place. Though you know them at the time, they're familiar at the time. When you wake up, if you remember, you won't be able to really place who they are. But it makes sense that you're interacting with them at the time. You're familiar with the forest that you're in, but again, when you wake up, you're not really sure where you were. And you feel appropriate in the dream, but when you wake up, you'll be like, wait, that wasn't me. You're not sure who it was, but it wasn't you. And then you'll find yourself at a stable, befriending a majestic white-winged horse, petting its mane, gently getting up on the saddle you placed on its back, spending some time riding about. And you reach down to a holster at your hip, and you pull out this black, inky short spear covered in eyes. and you grab it and squeeze and twist, and it elongates into about the same thing, if you would imagine Redna being capable of stretching towards the size of the Etrian Starlance in the same eldritch motif. In the dream, you look at it with pride, with adulation, with excitement. But behind that, you get a sense of what's going on. This isn't right. This isn't how this is supposed to be. And then as you're riding, as you're practicing, you feel a cold wash over you. The majestic animal you are riding on, as it continues to gallop forward, it begins to decay and turn into the form of the undead Pegasus-like creature that Shiloh was riding. Likewise, you feel a cold on yourself. You see aspects of your clothing deteriorating away before you. You stop and you hop down off of this beast, your spear beside you. You turn around and you see yourself, or Ander, you see Ander standing before you. Except Ander is dead and decayed, much like the state Shalawa was in. And then your perspective completely flips. You are in yourself again. You are now Ander, and you see Shiloh, the undead version. And you take the Redna spear from her, stab her through the chest, and the death around her reforms into who she was in life. This beautiful, elegant, long, reddish-haired woman. Nice, fine clothing, polished armor. And then you both just fall. You get that sensation of falling. And eventually you fall and you fall and you fall and you wake up in a jolt. You orient yourself, remember where you are. Go over to Redna's kidney bean, and you see Redna is actually on the floor beside it, in the shape of that short spear again, which slowly, as you come to, Redna as well seems to come to, and again deforms into this lightly held together blob. Less personally disturbing than Aquila, but equally difficult to process. And you spend a couple more hours tossing and turning in bed before... and actually, at this point, Tali's probably up, if that leads to any interaction.
Well, actually, after Tali would have finished her meditation, she probably would have gone to a temple.
Okay.
Of Gwynna. As soon
Okay.
as she was done, she would have been like, "Okay, I'm done meditating. I'm gonna go." Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Ander, you wake
I
up.
would have left a note.
Okay. Ander, you wake up alone. You probably eventually find the note that Tali left. You're like, okay, deal with yourself for the rest of the morning. In the morning, once you all come to, Tali's not there. Though I suppose we should see what Tali is doing, to make sure that is the case.
Yeah, sure.
Tali, you are looking into a temple for your specific side of the faith.
Yeah, Lewena.
You would know that the best place to go for that is the Elven Arcology.
Cool.
The temple along the Via Sacrum. The temple of Arcolage there doesn't actually feature a shrine to Lewena. You can head to the Elven Ecology. It is again very early in the morning, but it's an area filled largely with elves, and they only need 4 hours of sleep, so many of them are going to be up anyway.
Yeah.
I take it you would seek out Hadram Ray again.
Oh yeah, he's there. Sure, I totally
Yeah.
would.
Hadram Ray is in Carrickwen. Okay.
Yeah, just to say hi.
Well, you know Hadram Ray is
So-
not only your sort of elvish teacher, he is a practitioner of the faith of Lewena.
Mhm.
So he would be the person to go to.
Okay, cool.
Our cast is dropping like flies.
I'm still listening. I was giving Dolly her minute,
Right. Okay.
and I need a drink.
Yeah. We'll be taking a break shortly, and I
Oh.
really want to get Christian back into this. I just want to give everybody their chance to work through, what's going on right now, before we jump over to hopefully a much nicer half of the show. Okay. Tali, you can head over to Hadram Ray. Up in
Cool.
he has his chambers and his library, his own personal shrine is built into a central column of this roughly almost sort of pyramidal shaped arcology. This is something I would love to get artwork for, but it's a very particular design I have
Looks
in mind.
super cool.
You can go seek him out. Tali, hello.
Hi.
What brings you to my home?
We were, in the area, and I wanted to come say hi. You know.
Is that all? You seem troubled. Come in. This will be a whole discussion, I'm sure. Come in. He
Okay, I'll
welcomes
go in.
welcomes you into his familiar home. Modest but comfortable. Plenty of books, many of which he had you read. Some of your own work that you did, you see still on one of his desks. He does have a staircase going up into a sort of balcony that looks out amongst the arcology where his particular shrine is. But he welcomes you in and starts preparing some tea. What troubles you?
Well, it's kind of hard to say. Well, just to give you a background, we had to fight Shiloh because he probably I would assume he knows who that is.
Yeah, he definitely has a surprised look and then a questioning look and then a what look?
Yeah, because you already know I'm part of the Adventurers Guild in Dupont. The People's Ascension.
Yes.
Um, and actually, I'm not even sure I'm supposed to be saying this to you, but I'm going to tell you anyway that basically the cult or not revived Shiloh, but brought her back as an undead role person to lead
Oh,
an undead army. And well, I try not to let things get to me, but she said I was a disgrace to my heritage, and it's just, I feel sad about that.
I really want to stay in character, but this is just so adorable.
Do you
Part of
think
what we
I'm
love
a
about Tali.
disgrace?
No, no,
I was
no, my
probably
dear,
definitely
no,
tearing
no,
up.
no.
Do try my best to.
No, he gives you a cup of tea and sits down. No, no, child, no. That's a lot to process. A lot to process. That is very dire news. Bringing back such a figure from history. And not a particularly good omen, I would think. That word's never going to be the same again.
Yeah, I was gonna.
Without knowing more of the situation, I couldn't speak to it. But I am certain necromantic energies can't be very good for anybody's state of mind. But do not... If it was her speaking, do not let her disturb you. The Etrians turned away from our ancestral morals and traditions. From what I understand, Shiloh was the last to fully embrace her father's lust for power, his designs, his goals. But she was eventually their greed and lust for power brought low the elven people. Blighted the land. He gestures over to a familiar map of Genavia and the surrounding area that shows the extent of the original Whitewood forest before it was actually the Whitewood. It would not have been called the Whitewood at the time, but gestures over to this sprawling mass of forest that covered most of the Genavian province into Estia and into Corsta. Blighted the land and facilitated the rise of this Genovite empire. They turned away. They turned their backs on who we were. That family in particular. Those who supported them and helped execute their goals. They treated plenty of our own as bad as they treated the early Genovites, the humans, and everybody else. They don't represent. He grabs at a symbol of Lewena. They don't represent our ideals.
So Lewena doesn't hate me?
No, no. I'm sure she doesn't. I'm sure she doesn't. You
'Cause
can't know
we
the.
lost we, we lost a friend of ours during the fight, and I tried to revive him with the spell that Lewina gave me, and it didn't work. So I wasn't sure if maybe that was proof that Shiloh was right.
Oh, no. But I would be careful attempting something like that. There's a natural order of the world. Your the inability to bring somebody back from the dead is not a failure on your part. It doesn't speak to a lack of faith or favor of the divine. It's a fact of nature. It's a way of life. The powers that bring the dead back to life are dark, dangerous magics. There's a reason. A reason there's not many practitioners like that. Besides the favor and faith required. It goes against the natural order. Only the divine knows when one's time is up. It would be arrogance or foolishness to insist otherwise. If she's granted you this power, it's because she believes you are a instrument of the natural way. And through you, when it is just, when it is part of the natural way, you can bring somebody back because it would still be their time. But if their time is up, you must welcome them to their next stage in life, no matter how hard that may be. I suppose you think on that and sip your tea.
Oh yeah, sorry, Tali is processing that. Um, I guess you're right about that. I guess I'm just glad that I don't know, it's kind of hard to explain. It's good to know I'm not a failure.
There's more to you. More. I need more water to do this voice.
Hajime sips his tea.
Yeah. Guzzles his tea. Hold on a sec, my throat's dry. There's
We're in a mood.
There's more to who you are. More that she will show you than you know yet. I can see it. And there's more to her than you yet to know. Come with me. Slowly stands up, heads over to heads out of his tower, and takes you for a little walk around the ecology. Moving down different corridors, many of them covered floor to ceiling with walled gardens and hanging plants, integrated roots from plants and trees up above. Built into the architecture around here, a number of terraces that look out on the city, a number of sloping hills that act as ramps that go up or down to various other portions of the ecology. And eventually, after taking a number of different winding routes throughout the arcology, you get to a section that is continually sort of spiraling downwards, and you realize it's been a while since you looked out into out onto a terrace that looks out, over the land or into another open area, open court, or somebody's yard or whatnot, and you realize you're heading deeper down into the ground, presumably.
Ooh.
And eventually you emerge from this sort of spiraling tunnel down underground, and you come out into a decently large sized chamber, probably about 100 degrees in diameter, 100 feet, 120 feet or so in diameter. There's a small pond in the center of this room, and in the center of that pond is a small island, you may say, with a single tree, a fairly large tree, taking up almost the entirety of that little plot of land in the center of this pond. And you can see in the roof of this chamber there are a number of differently shaped openings where rays of light are shining down. Given how deep you believe you are, it probably took a number of very intricately positioned windows and funnels and probably even mirrors to get outside light down into this chamber, all shining down on this tree. And he takes you over to the water's edge and kneels down. The tree is large enough that the branches of this tree spread out, the canopy covering most of the pond, some of them even reaching over past the water's edge. And he kneels down, sort of runs his fingers through the pond, and it ripples out. I like to come here to feel connected with the old world. This is one of the last trees from before the Whitewood. Excuse me, I need more tea.
Brought his tea with him.
Yep, he has a little thermos. Let me know when you want to come down here. But stay and think about what I've taught you.
Well, thank you, Ray.
He does actually have a little water skin with him. And pulls out a cup and fills it up and presents it to you. It is more tea. He hands it to you. As I assume you kneel down on the ground next to him.
Mm-hmm.
You stay here as long as you need. He stands up and sort of pats your shoulder and turns to leave.
Cool. I guess I'll drink the tea.
Okay.
Then start meditating on, all the stuff that you just said, I guess.
Tali, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh God. Oh, is this what I think it is? Oh my God. Hang on. Nope. That's a 4.
Okay.
Good night.
You drink this tea, and you begin to meditate again. Not so much for rest, but for your own, internal centering. Typical meditation. And you sip your tea, just taking in the area around you. The windows that bring in light also bring in a bit of breeze. The limbs of the tree are gently wafting in the breeze. There's a fragrant smell to the area. There are some flowers about. The smell of grass, the smell of flowers, the smell of trees, just the general smell of nature. There aren't animals around here, but it is a very peaceful, natural setting. And you soon lose yourself. You get this sort of cold-ish tingling just between your eyes that is slightly discomforting, but quickly doesn't so much subside as you move beyond it. And you find yourself almost disembodied. And you can feel your presence sort of spread out across this chamber. You can feel the water. You can feel the rippling of the water that is still subsiding from when Hadron Ray ran his fingers across the surface. You can ride that spiritual wave over to the island in the pond. The breeze taking your consciousness over the flowing blades of grass up to the tree. And you can feel your consciousness get drawn down into the roots, spread out through the soil. And then up again, up to the surface. But the surface isn't a bustling city. The surface is forest. Dense, green, lush forest. and your consciousness stretches up through multiple trees, up into the canopy of this dense forest. You feel immense, you feel ancient, or you feel like you're part of that. And you feel a connection, not just to the forest that you are somehow inhabiting, the forest that you can feel, that you are familiar with, but the animals and other creatures that move about it. You can feel a connection to them. And you begin to recognize people, mainly elves, other people. And you can feel the seasons go by. And after a while, you can feel a discomfort. It's not bodily, like a stomach ache or a cramp. It's a spiritual discomfort, or at least a discomfort of a part of yourself that you're not used to feeling, or can't feel yourself. You feel disturbed a bit emotionally. Something's wrong. It's saddening and worrying. And just as you are processing that, as the seasons continue to go by at a rapid pace, there's a flash of bright light, an explosive flash of bright light that encompasses your entire perception. And you feel as if you are falling quickly, and you slam down onto the ground, back into yourself, as if you just dropped from several feet up and have slammed down into the ground. Most likely you were sitting there kneeling down and you just slumped over, but it feels like you plummeted. And you sit up, and you collect yourself, and you look down at the water, which is starting to still, and you look up at the tree, and then you feel something brush against your cheek. Something...
Aww.
Not soft, but pliable, a little waxy, has some resistance to it, as a leafed branch gently brushes against your cheek. You look over confused. You see a branch extended down towards you, and as soon as you acknowledge that this is weird, it just gently wafts in the wind back to a usual position, and you look back over at the tree, and for a split second you can almost see in the knots of the tree what looks like an ancient face. And then you wake up.
Oh.
This time probably for
Do I
probably.
still... Yeah, I'm going to look at the tree. Do I see anything?
Looks like a tree.
Any branches or breezes moving around or anything like that?
And they're still moving around, but nothing that seems unusual.
Cool. All right. I'm definitely like super excited about
now
this.
that you're coming to your senses, you do kind of feel this sort of uneasiness to your stomach. You kind of got a cramp going on. You feel hot in your chest. You got a slight fever ish, like a cold fever. Your toes and fingers are a little achy, a little clammy.
Yeah, I assume this is that poison tea that Hajime told me about a long time ago. Yeah. Like, sneaky.
Love that you're smiling about being poisoned.
But he didn't actually want to kill me, so that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
He had his reasons.
Yep.
Cool. Taking that. What kind of teacup is it?
It's not even really a teacup. It's It's just a little wooden, sort of small bowl, probably something he carved himself.
Well, that's mine now. I'm keeping it.
Okay, I'm sure that's fine.
And
Thief.
He's left anyway.
I know. It's just funny.
she gets for poisoning me, but I do appreciate it. He could have warned me, so I'm gonna keep his teacup.
Would you have drunk it if you'd known it was poison?
And if you knew, would it have worked?
Honestly, I probably still would have.
Oh, cool.
I'll have to ask him about that later. Anyway,
We'll just remember
yeah,
to tell you before we poison you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do like a silent thank you to Lewena and Hajinure in my head before just, getting my stuff and heading back to Saramov's house.
Okay. Yeah, you say a small prayer to Lewena, and as you are saying Lewena, it feels right to you, but instead of Lewena, you say Leo Vaniel.
Yeah, that one.
Which Hadron Ray taught you was
Yeah,
the
elven.
original elven spirit from which the modern elven Genavian religion has morphed into Saint Lewena. Okay. With that, we will pan back to the rest of the group coming together at Saramov's estate, waking up in the morning. Tali, even though this experience felt like it took ages and also a very short amount of time, you were there for hours. You were out for you were zonked out for a while. We'll meet back up with the group there. And actually, let's take a break now, and then we will pick up the beginning of. We've already done so much. We're still picking up on a 6th, right? We've already had this discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll still be the 6th. Yes, this is the same discussion we already had. Okay. And we can figure out if there's anything else we want to do to get ourselves situated, and then hopefully we'll be able to get Christian's character in.
Yeah, let's go find some mysterious stranger to conscript into our group.
Yeah, I had a number of ways to get Christian in, but none of them have come up yet. Which I have been encouraging because I want everyone to have time to work through their grief and to grow as characters and together before we sort of derail things with a new character introduction. But we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. Okay, let's take a quick break. Yeah, give us I don't know 8-10 minutes or so. We usually like to take 2 smaller breaks, but we've had a lot going on. So give us like I said 8 to 10 minutes, and we'll be right back for to see what more we have going on, and to get Omen's gone. Christian's new character in. Okay. Stay tuned. Hang out. Check back in a couple minutes. Get your short rest in. We'll be back shortly. Hello, and welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are back from our break, ready to continue processing through the events of the last couple days in-game. The People's Ascension group that we follow is back in the second triumvirate capital of the Genavian homeland, the city of Cairquin. We left most of the party back at Sarmov's estate, the patron of their guild. Everyone except Tali, who went to see an old elven friend. Old more in the sense that he is an ancient elf, and less in the sense that Tali has known him for a very long time. She has went to see him. He took her down to some sort of secreted away little patch of nature, and gave her some kind of drug tea, in which she had a spiritual experience from. The rest of the group
You say it like that, it sounds weird.
Everything I say sounds weird.
He poisoned you!
With good intention.
Yes. It's okay to poison somebody as long as you have good intentions. Wait. No, don't do that.
Careful.
Forget
Yeah.
that. No. That's no.
Don't put that out there,
Don't do that.
Jack.
Don't poison people.
Don't poison people. Everybody else was not so lucky. They instead had nightmares. So we will pick up with the group and see what's going on. The only thing I wanted to add to Tali's experience, on top of what else I told you, Tali, your chest is also really hurting. It feels like somebody tried to punch you in the chest from the inside out.
Sounds unpleasant.
You would recall, I'm just going to give this to you instead of trying to make you do a memory check. You would recall that this substance that he gave you invokes a sort of spiritual state of mind that's supposed to connect you to your past. Maybe or maybe not through some sort of mystical connection with the Feywild, but it does so by stopping your heart.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah, and while your heart is stopped in the briefest of seconds before you either die or it starts back up again, you get this experience. So even though you were out of it for probably hours, everything that happened to you happened in the course of a few seconds before, thankfully, your heart restarted.
Cool. I'm glad that happened.
Even though you rolled a 4, I was okay with that. If you rolled a 1, things could have gone really bad.
I swear, Jack.
I mean, I assume Hodger would come check on me eventually, right?
Yeah,
and find
would
your
think.
corpse.
He's probably not trying to kill you. Probably.
Maybe.
He would
Okay.
never. No.
Let's get back to the rest of the group, because it's probably going to be a little bit before Tali shows up again. I don't want to get us too bogged down in things, because again, I want to get Christian in on the game. But starting the day after the experiences of last night, the dreams that you had, and the fact that Tali just sort of left a note and left, is there anything you would like to do? Sarmov did suggest, and will reiterate in the morning over breakfast, that you take today to see to Omen's sending off. And he has a personal library and can get you access to the appropriate section of the library for you to figure out what you need to do with them, and to take any time you need to sort through your own state of mind and your own well-being. So what would you like to do as part of that?
He's probably going to want to go to the temple.
Okay.
Other than taking care of whatever the proper burial rites would be for Omen, Anders probably going to actually just kind of pour himself into translating this, or trying to translate the cipher in his book.
Mm-hmm.
Since
Okay.
he doesn't know yet that there's probably not what he's looking for.
That's true.
But yeah, I guess first thing would be taking care of those rights and getting him sorted out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's say, just to include everybody here, that after breakfast and after perusing some of the library that Omen has, eventually Tali does get back and join everybody, and that's when you decide to see about what to do with Omen. Saruman does actually have a fairly extensive library. He takes you to actually the new wing of his estate, a sort of L-shaped colonnaded wing that's been built off of the main estate. Presumably another wing will be added on the other side to complete the symmetry. And a large portion of that wing is a library with many books, and he takes you over to that, and he walks around a little bit and finds a few books all in a certain area and brings them over to you, and it has some ROM history and culture to it, and helps flip through it. And you would discover after an hour or so of perusing through this, there's a lot more information here, about ROM history, mythology, culture, and whatnot. But as far as funerary rites and whatnot, the ROM funerary tradition is to remove the heart, cremate the body, and use the ashes to make steel. The steel is then used to forge arms, armor, tools, and other ornamentations for the deceased loved ones. The heart is then entombed with the deceased's arms and armor, so Omen's actual equipment. The heart is entombed with that, usually in a dedicated clan barrow. From the brief time you spent with Omen, you don't get the sense that he is particularly integrated with whatever clan he may have. So that part, one, is not very practical, and two, there's, even if he does have a clan, you have no way of, really, finding them or getting to ROM or all of that. You could easily have him interred, at the DuPont cemetery, if you wanted. But it is tradition to remove his heart and cremate the rest of his body. Which can be done. You don't need to do that yourselves. You can go to a church of Morporus. Actually, you can go to the main church of Morporus, and with a little discussion with the priests there, show him the notes you've taken on the funerary customs, and they will abide by that. They do take his body and lay it out on an altar, on a raised platform, a stone slab. That is cushioned with these black sort of velvet cushions. Almost silver like rope with tassels around the side that trail down, and a gray and almost see-through dark gray veil is draped over the body, and you are allowed to. This is the viewing process, where you guys can gather around him, and this is where you would say, this is when you would say your final goodbyes. Before the body is taken, the heart is removed, the body is cremated, and the remains given back to you. But if there is anything you would like to say or do for what is essentially the first part of Omen's funeral, there will be later on the entombment process, but this is traditionally when you say goodbye. Because once the heart is removed and entombed with his arms and armor, you are that is his sending off to the ROM afterlife. So this is when you say goodbye, and when you entomb him, it's more like a welcome to your new life. Go get him.
Is the ROM afterlife like Valhalla?
Not exactly,
Okay.
but
Yeah. Um. And I think Andrew would probably walk over to the body and, well, I suppose is it like set up? Did they just bring us all in, or was it kind of like, hey, if you want to go in and
it's a proper viewing. They will the priest will even step out if you would like, and you can either do it as a group or individually. It's up to you guys. It's a fairly small room, maybe 20 by 20. But if you request to be alone, the priest will step outside.
well, yeah, I think Anders would probably wait till there wasn't anyone in earshot before he said anything at this point.
Sure.
Tali's gonna say she doesn't care if anyone hears. Well, now hang on. This is
Now you care.
Yeah,
And specifically, I think Andrew would wait just because he's still feeling guilty. So if you don't, it would make sense if you don't have anything to feel guilty about to be fine.
yeah. No, I get it. That even though Omen didn't want to see us as family, Tali still kind of saw him as family anyway. So there's that. And thank you for chatting with us. And that's kind of it, really.
Anything from Aquila?
Yeah. I mean, she's probably gonna say her goodbyes in giant though.
Okay.
Um. You know, thank him for traveling with them and for traveling with us, and apologizing for not noticing sooner that something was wrong. And it remind him that we didn't think him any lesser a member of the group. He was one of us, whether he had an armband or not.
Let me ask you. Just because I think it would be a cool narrative moment, but it's entirely up to you. How do you feel about taking your armband off and giving it to Omen? Is that something Aquila would do
Yeah,
after that sentiment?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. Sevki, any parting goodbyes? Assuming Aquila, you were done.
Yeah.
Okay. Any parting goodbyes for Sevki to a fallen comrade?
I just don't know what she would say, but
Doesn't need to be exact in Sevki's how she would say it. If there's a sentiment you want to get across, that's fine too.
okay. Yeah, I'm just not sure what exactly to say, I guess.
Which is a common reaction during a a funeral viewing. So you and Ander,
Yeah.
with everybody else, sort of just stand there and think about Omen, the experiences that you had, what happened, and whatnot. Eventually, a priest of Morporus does come in and politely ask if there is anything else. The rest of the group moves to leave, and Ander, you remain a little bit and ask the priest to give you a little bit more time, in which you are now alone to have your final moments with Omen.
I know I already asked you to forgive me for what went down that night. And thank you for finding the strength wherever you still were in there to help me with that. What I'm really sorry for is letting you go off by yourself in the tomb. I should have done something more. Should have tried to keep you from doing it, or sorry it went down like this. Did I read anything about in the book on funerary cultures for the Rom? Did it mention anything about their afterlife? Like what the afterlife is?
I would say you were more focused on the practice of it, but essentially the Rom afterlife is I mean, I don't want to draw a direct connection to like Norse Valhalla or anything, but it is very much a gathering uh of the
Long story short,
clans
the
and
rewards bravery,
rewards
going out in battle.
bravery, yeah, going out a warrior, protecting your loved ones, being both strong and compassionate, um honor and glory and all that. And there is actually fairly similar to the dwarven idea of the afterlife. If you recall from there, there is a similar concept that there is a almost spiritual sort of conflict between the Rom in the afterlife and the uh, the ice giants, either in the afterlife or when they go to the afterlife. It is actually where the ice giants are. You're a little fuzzy on that because again, you were only focusing on what was immediately important. Obviously, the ice giants are real. They're not just in the afterlife because they are currently, in Rom right now, instigating a civil war. But the idea is, yeah, when you die, you ascend to another plane in which there's great warriors and feasting, and it's not nonstop battle, but you are, you know, expected, called upon, and as great warriors should be eager to continue to fight the ice giant menace on this more higher spiritual plane.
Gotcha.
There's also a notion that that a sense that a part of you lives on in the arms and armor that you create for your loved ones, and that every kill that they make with those weapons, or every blow that saves them because of their armor, is a gift from the deceased, as if they're watching over their loved ones, continuing to protect them even after death.
Yeah. I don't know an exorbitant amount about the Rom afterlife, other than what we read trying to prepare this, but from what it sounds like, I hope you have a fairly high place up there because you deserve it. And hopefully more reliable allies. And yeah. Walk away.
Okay. As you open the door to step out of this viewing room and let the priests in, there is a chilled but comfortable breeze that somehow has blown in from the outside that wafts over you as you exit. Colder than it should be for this time of year. The priests go in. They invite you to stay at any of the altars or take a space in the central sort of congregation area, or to go to different churches or go about your day. And the process will take a few hours, probably several hours. So closer into the evening, you can come back, and they will have the heart placed in a type of preservative in a fairly simple amphora, and the ashes in a separate one. We'll say you've already taken his sword and his shield and his armor off of him for this process and have them back at Saramov's place. So, while that is going on, Aquila, you will be spending the rest of your day, presumably, in the temple. Unless there's anything specific that you want to narrate as part of that.
No, just trying to deal with.
Yeah. Just working through your own things.
Yeah, no, so not looking for something specific, just trying to deal with stuff.
Yeah.
After all, she knows the saint to go to.
Yeah. Less direct contact this time. Definitely more of an internal retrospective process. But I'll leave it to you how much it helps and what exactly you go through in this. Ander, you go back and spend the rest of your day, as you said previously, in the pursuit of continuing Omen's knowledge by deciphering his spellbook.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and make me another intelligence check, d20 plus your int modifier.
Yep. Okay.
And 11.
Not gonna cut it.
You think you were onto something with this cipher that he had developed from your previous attempt at deciphering this, and you thought you had some things worked out because they looked like they were starting to make sense, but eventually you get through a section, you get through a spell that just doesn't make sense. The words are actual words, but they're not the right words. you don't know this spell because you're not a wizard. You get your powers elsewhere. But you almost have the cipher right. It's just still jumbled. Tali, I assume you're processing your own things.
Oh yeah, totally.
Okay.
Wandering around town, honestly, just to think.
Yeah, wandering around town, probably heading back to the arcology and just wandering around the arcology itself, without necessarily having any distinct purpose for being there. Which is fine. There's plenty of people to talk to, even though you probably don't want to. There are nice parks and nice garden balconies that you can go out, terraces that look out across the city, plenty of parks and gardens, internal ponds and trees. You can think to yourself
Also,
and
me that I was supposed to send a message to Malkazir. I can get to that in a minute.
okay. Yeah, you spend your time walking about, and on your way back to the group, or once you've made it back to the group, if you would like to send a message.
What did I have to tell him? Yeah, about Sagana. I'm gonna let him know that we have the body of Shiloh's lieutenant, I guess, or some kind of second in command person.
He knows who
about
Sagana is.
Okay, yeah. Oh, right, duh, he does know who that is. We have the body of Sagana. We are. Crap. Why am I?
You guys are all together if you would like to help her.
Okay, yeah, because I need some. Okay, so what are we gonna tell him again? That we have Sagana's body, and what else was? What was the other thing?
That was all I knew of. That Tapon was attacked, but I don't know if he really cares about that one.
Yeah.
I'm not certain he
Oh,
does.
yeah, maybe not.
Saramov suggested you get in contact with Malkazir because he may be helpful in determining what is going on, in general and with Sagana. If you feel comfortable and if you think it's appropriate to loop him into this and invite him to the meeting tomorrow.
Ah, okay.
In case that wasn't clear.
It was. It's just things have happened since that
a lot of things have happened since that.
Yeah. Ollie drank poison, so her head's little.
Yeah, you're still kind of discombobulated. Your chest still.
Oh,
really
we're
hurts.
all a little out of it. Let's be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We have Sagana's body, and she underwent some sort of ritual that we think his knowledge would be invaluable on.
There is, of course, only 25 words, so you have to be fairly concise.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying necessarily to quote me directly. It's just
throwing ideas out, and we can formulate the sentence later.
It's like
Sagana's body. It
a little flattery won't hurt.
Ritual somehow. Okay, we have Sagana's body. It was ritualed somehow. Assistance would be appreciated.
And it was like in determining what that ritual, what that was, what the ritual was, or what didn't, something along those lines.
I mean, I could always just send him 2 sendings, like,
because that won't get tiresome for him real quick.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 words. Also, there's a meeting tomorrow. Right?
So I don't know. Is the meeting tomorrow?
Yes.
Could be.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you say tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow. Saramov gave you today to do your own stuff, and he can get it set up for tomorrow.
Darn, I wanted us to go get drunk.
I'd probably specify that it's a meeting about how to handle
20.
the current threat, which his expertise would be invaluable in.
Yeah. I agree with you.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 25. Okay, so what I have is we have Sagana's body. It was ritualed somehow. Assistance in determining how would be appreciated. There's a meeting tomorrow about the current threat. Please attend.
Okay.
And that's like 25 words exactly.
Okay.
So.
There's a lot of information to try and jam into.
25 words.
Did you squeeze in there where to meet?
I mean, he knows
I mean,
where he sent us.
Yeah, he knows we're
To
in Kirkwin.
Carequin. Yeah.
Yeah. He can respond.
Yeah, after he responds, if you ask for more information, I can.
Yes, he
More
will
information.
respond. Well, that can certainly be useful. Good. Good, I was hoping to get my hands on her. Where is this meeting?
Yeah, where is this meeting, Jack?
It's Avsarmov's place.
That's what I thought, but just making sure.
Yeah. So you can send another sending spell and just tell him it's at Sarmov's place. Meet tomorrow around midday or so.
Yeah.
Not to draw this out any more than it needs to be.
Yeah, I'm excited to get Christian's character in here.
Yeah,
so
I can't
I
believe
know,
it's
it's
6
like, oh,
o'clock
like
already.
Christian's character. Which is
Yeah.
also, yeah.
Okay. Sevgi, is there anything you would like to do with your day?
Nothing in particular today, I guess.
Okay. More just processing, probably like Tali, walking around the city and just going through things. Yeah.
Oh wait, didn't Tully have an injury? I still gotta get that fixed.
Oh, yeah.
That is true. You are quite hurt. You have it bandaged up, and it is something we kind of glossed over. We'll say noticing that Saramov would have been able to call over like his own personal nurse, who would be able to stitch you up, and then you would be able to administer your own sort of low-level heals and start working through that.
Okay.
I'm just imagining Tully
Oops,
poking
I
her and
forgot.
it's like, heals, ow!
Yeah, these extended injuries are they're problematic when you're away from civilization on a quest into dungeon, yada yada. But if you're in a main city, you can deal with them pretty easily.
Easily get stitched up. Cool.
Okay. The day goes by. You go about your pursuits. In the evening, you head back to the Church of Morpurus. The priest there presents you with two black glazed amphora, both stopped and waxed at the top to keep them sealed. One has the preserved heart, and the other has his ashes.
An indication of which is which.
Yes, they are labeled.
Good. Just making sure.
Cool.
They are labeled.
Didn't want to break one open.
Woman's heart,
to
woman's
forge,
ashes.
to forge metal out of, and like, oh hey.
Yeah, it's not like written on the amphora, but there is a little like it's in the wax of the seal.
I was gonna say there's some little icon in the wax or something.
Yeah.
Rest or heart, rest of it.
Yeah.
Well, one could just have like a stamp emblem of a heart on it.
So
Aw.
you pick those up. You'll have to in the future get those ashes made into steel. Habrick should be able to take care of that.
That's my thought.
And you can, when you get back to Dupont, you can have Habrick take care of that, and you can enter the body, or the heart, I should say, the heart and his equipment, back in the Dupont graveyard, a section for the People's Ascension. So you get back to Saramov's estate. You are welcomed inside.
Where's the twist?
I'm just deciding. Yeah, I think it'd be better to handle it this way. Yeah. So Saramov welcomes you inside, of course, and he does start setting up for a meal for you to have in honor of Omen. You sit down to this meal and have some conversation. And then you notice a knock at the door. It's not your problem to deal with. There are servants, butlers, to deal with that. You see the same middle-aged man, which I believe I've named previously, scurries to the door. And after a minute or so, it comes back to the dining hall. Sir, there's a young woman outside with some sort of... She has information about the town of Trigemma. It seems to be relevant to what's going on. Not that I have been prying on your conversations. Can I welcome her in? Yes, of course. If she's found us and has relevant information, we should talk to her. He looks confused, but... Okay, very good, very good. He turns off. Heads back towards the door. Zarmov actually calls another servant in that time to bring out another place setting. Or actually, we'll say this is the tail end of dinner, and you can retire back to the parlor by the time this happens, because you really just don't invite some stranger to a funeral dinner. So around the end of that, maybe you call it a little bit early. Sarmov suggests that we retire to the parlor to see who this young woman is. And soon, the butler brings into the parlor. Let me just make sure I get this correct. Brings into the parlor what looks like a young, gray-skinned tiefling woman. Yes, sir, and company. This is Sleeve.
Hi, everyone. My name's Shliva.
Welcome. Welcome. Please sit down.
Is this the Peephole's Ascension? I'm
Yes.
looking for...
Yes.
Sorry, Mauve.
Yes. That is I. He stands up from his reclined position and walks over, swaggers over as he does, and extends a hand. I am Andriyka Saramov of the People's Ascension. It is a pleasure to meet you, my dear. Please come in and sit down.
Oh, thank you so much.
I hear you have word, undead in Trigemma.
Yeah, that was interesting. Some ghost ladies, specters, I think. Yeah.
You have any sense of what they were doing there?
It seemed like they were looking for something. Searching.
Right, I suppose covering all of their bases. I apologize. Where are my manners? I introduced myself, my friends here. Please, introduce yourself. Get to know each other as best we can in this time. But we should hear more from you, Sliva.
Oh yes, my name's Shliva. Like a sleeve with an H and then an A. Shliva?
Shliva.
Shaliva.
Go ahead and describe your character as well.
Absolutely. So, Shliva is a tiefling. Her skin is a pale purple, very very pale purple, almost like plum-like in appearance. Her hair is a light orange or auburn color that's cropped around her chin up to the nape of her neck. She's about 5'8", an athletic but slender build for her size. She has curled horns that sort of extend and sort of cover or protect slightly pointed ears. And her eyes are a lighter shade of emerald that around the outsides either shadowed with a makeup of some kind or possibly just from exhaustion. It's sort of hard to tell with her complexion. But there's just the shade and shadow around her eyes. She's wearing a brown cloak. It's still sort of halfway up at this point, but the back and shoulders of which are adorned with various sizes and shapes of autumn-colored leaves, and this cloak sort of flows and settles right around her ankles. Around her neck, there's an amulet. It is a cloudy whitewood leaf that is affixed to a leather cord that's decorated with various animal bones, teeth, claws, and feathers of sorts. And beneath that is a formed rawhide armor that she is wearing. That's accented and adorned sort of pragmatically, but as though somebody who knows what they were doing crafted it. And here you go is a close approximation for everybody except the audience.
That's cute.
And
Aww.
yeah, as you are introducing yourself, the servant man, the butler man, pops his head back in. Yes, Sleeja, your pet? Does it require anything?
Oh, can she come in? Is that troublesome?
Looks over
I
at
don't really.
Saramov.
This is a big place, huh? You know how many other doors I walked up to before I got here?
How many?
At least a couple.
Yeah.
Saramov just does kind of give the butler man a nod and a wave. Very good, sir.
Love that he's just relegated to Butler Man.
Butler man. He has a name. I didn't write it down. It doesn't
Figure out
matter. He's a
later.
servant.
Yes, it does.
Rude. He's people too.
Yes, very
Just figure
quickly.
it out later.
He comes back. And go ahead, Christian. Again, what does Butler man come back with?
Yeah, so coming through the parlor way into the seating area here, a fairly large badger, probably like creature. Their shoulders coming up to about mid thigh on Shliva, walks in. Just fairly massive claws on all four legs. The fur is various shades of brown. It almost culminates in sort of like a lighter peach or tan color. But yeah, and as as this creature seemingly obediently walks inside.
Aww.
The fucking Wolverine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right, yeah. So my name's Shliva, and this is Krushka.
I don't
Krishka.
suppose I can pet it, can I?
Probably. And Shliva bends down slightly and begins to stroke the mane and scratch the ears, talking to this creature like one would imagine somebody talks to a very cute pet. Although this thing is huge and could rip somebody open if it really wanted to.
Aww.
Aquila wants to pet it, though.
Aquila, make
Deserves
an
it.
animal handling check.
Okay, Krushka, be a good girl.
Wolverines aren't not cute when
Hey!
they're not like angry.
Krushka kind of Krushka's female, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She sort of raises her shoulders and bends her head down and twists and gets a little bit of a snarl to her and has this low before Shliva does sort of be a good girl, calm down, and Aquila, you do go over and very gently just sort of
I mean, I'd let sniff hand first and all that. And...
yeah. There's a
I'm gonna do the same.
hesitance, definitely, but
Let her sniff my hand.
okay.
I was shocked. Why is that your first instinct?
It's a gigantic, terrifying Wolverine. Let me pet it. It's so cute.
Yes!
Like I said, it looks like you crossed a bear with a dog, kind of like a big.
It's
For a
a
dog.
Wolverine.
Yep. It's a Wolverine the size of a Mastiff.
It's
bigger.
kind of
To
cute.
be fair, Wolverines are
Yeah,
big
bear-
anyway.
Can be cute.
This is just
Looks
especially
like a
big.
very good girl.
Nope,
Okay.
because it's fuzzy. We want to pet it.
Yep.
It's good to meet all
Look
of
at those
you.
little ears. Hi. Yes. My name
Oh,
is
yes.
Polly. Nice to meet you, Shliva.
I am Aquila.
Krishka.
Hi, my name is Ander.
Tolly? Ander?
I'm
Keela? Anyway, thanks for letting me in.
Right, you had the information.
Right. Trigemma. That's worrying. From what I understand, there was refugees from Dupont that were making their way through there. What's the state of what's the state of it?
We were able to fend things off for the most part. I think we did pretty okay.
What sort of defenses was Trigemma able to field?
I happened to be in the area, and I took care of it.
Nice.
Well,
How?
Hmm. I don't really know how to explain it.
So, question for you, Jack. Because I have two thoughts on what Shliva is.
Same.
Considering that Ander has worked with a druid before, like, never mind. I don't really know how to phrase that, right?
yeah, you're getting a little meta. But rangers are a common thing, and rangers do have pets, and rangers do embrace nature, and some
they're
are
not
a bit
illegal.
more civilized, and rangers are legal.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, judging on a hesitancy to speak on it was what was trying to decide on. But more what I was asking was, would Ander Like, and oh, never mind. Sorry, I've lost that train of thought completely now. Sorry to derail. Go ahead.
Well, taking out some sort of spectral threat, saving Trigemma, I assume, and then
Yeah, they
making your
seem
way here.
fine.
It's quite impressive, really. Do you know anything about the situation?
I don't think so.
Right, right. Well,
I
I hope
mean,
it's not terribly overwhelming, but... Well, this is actually very useful information. Another town just south of there was attacked. Well, I think we might have a way to deal with it, or at least work towards that. So, thank you for bringing this to our attention. We'll look into it, certainly.
oh, was that Dupond? Did
Yes, in fact.
was that the reason I know about this organization is I spoke with some people who were that they said I should check it out.
It's a quaint little town. Or
and
it was.
an elf
Is.
girl, and is she a dwarf?
Oh.
Do you
Okay.
remember Krushka?
She.
No, not that one.
Mogami?
Um,
I'm thinking out loud on.
you spoke to them in Dupont?
It was north of there.
Oh.
We were kind of working in the same area, and our tasks aligned, I think.
I don't suppose you'd be willing to work with us, would you?
Well, if there's more of these dead things, that'd probably be good.
No, you seem like if you can
I
hold
could-
them off so well, try Gemma. You'd be
I mean,
foolish
there were
not
only
to ask
a
for your
few of them,
assistance.
I think.
Krushka sort of stalks over to the couch in the corner of the room where Sagana was dropped in front of and sort of kneels
No,
down.
she's in a closet now.
She is now, but she was there.
Oh.
Bends down and sort of sniffs.
Are those things here too?
Well, we
It
have
is dead.
one.
Krushka goes bolting off. Sarmov's like,
We kind of need it.
do we?
We need it. Don't savage it.
She'll be fine.
It's dead. It can't fight back right now.
Yeah, she'll be fine. She's
He's not gonna.
You hear something
we're more
crash
concerned
in the background.
We're more concerned about the body
Oh,
she's going after.
We kind of need to keep that body intact.
Mostly.
We don't go inside much, ever.
There's a
This is a nice
clawing,
place.
sort of scratching
Could you please
sound.
call your pet back?
Oh, there you
Oh.
go. Krishka's her friend.
Krishka,
Andrew's just gonna stare agape at.
He is not acknowledging that.
Shliva, if you are purposely calling Krushka back to you, she will of course obey.
Yeah, at first it's like haphazard, like, oh yeah, sure, I'll do that.
A Willy Wonka style. Oh no! Oh dear!
Yeah, and once and it takes a while. Once she gets the temperature of the room, she whistles fairly shrilly. Yeah, for Krushka to come
Okay.
back.
Yeah, Krushka comes back at that point. A clear flaring of the nostrils of some sort of scent that she has.
I'll clean up anything I can if it's a mess.
I'm sure we can tend to that. You're not from around here, are you?
I'm from around here, but not in here. I'm from elsewhere.
From out the out.
That's a good way to describe it.
Sorry, just looking how pained Stephen was.
Brenda, you get in your mind. Where's the out? Are we out the out? We're out the inn. Are we in the inn? Is this an inn?
Good to see Redna's back.
Is this out the out? We're out the inn? Are we in
This is
the
in
out?
the out.
Yeah, I'll just think back.
I'm not sure. I think so. No. Yes. Who is this?
Oh, that was to Ander, not to
Oh, sorry,
not
my
to
bad.
Shliva. Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
it was to me.
That was to Ander.
I like that your reaction is not immediate terror at what is in my head. Very nice.
Okay. Ander, the something you wanted to say, have you said it?
Oh, right. I was asking where Trigemma on the map was.
Oh, you know Trigemma, or you should know Trigemma. It is
Oh wait, isn't that gate on the border?
No.
Okay, that's
That's
something
a
else.
different thing.
Trigemma is a fairy town and a small market town. There's my map of Janavia
Is
here.
that was the little
Is that like
anchor?
where the anchor is?
It's not really.
It is at that intersection of the road leading out of Carriquin and the Upper Whitewood Circuit. So
Okay.
fairly close to that
okay.
anchor. I need to get rid of that anchor because it's deceiving.
Yes.
It's the town that is in front of the Upper Rouseron that you need to take a ferry across the river. You've been there before. That's where you bought gifts. That's where you bought Tali's Link's capelet, amongst other things.
Andrew got something there
Probably
too.
had. I just couldn't remember where it was
It's been
on
a
the
while.
map.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was say it sounded familiar.
I can't.
I'm not
I can't
spatially
pin
aware in
things
the
on
real
this
world,
map,
much less
unfortunately.
this one. Okay, that was what I was trying to figure out, was where she had been working versus Dupont.
Yeah, about 6 or 7 hours south of where you just were.
So yeah, so never mind. That wouldn't. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, that was all I wanted.
Okay.
So was Spectres attacking Trigemma?
They were like ghost ladies, I think. Yeah, specters. wraiths,
Can you describe them?
translucent, and mean.
In any sort of detail?
Nope.
I figured, but worth asking.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Actually, one more quick thought for you, Jack. Would Trigemma be with in the Whitewood? Was the little or the Medusa? I can't think of her name now. Shadowway's
Gentiama.
sister. Was that towards the north of the Whitewood, or going away from the northern side?
Where you found Gwentiama was almost dead smack in the middle of the Whitewood.
Oh, okay.
It was deep in there.
It was deep in the Whitewood, yeah.
Okay. I was wondering if they were just checking towns that were like around where if they were checking around where Quintiama would have been. Could still be, but
it is on the route from Dupont to Cairquin.
Right.
When you initially contacted Bost, one of the things he said was he had just gotten off of the Trigemma ferry and was
That's right.
Making his way northward.
Yeah.
That's very why it sounded so familiar.
Were there many injured or killed during this attack?
I don't think so. We did a pretty good job of things. I mean, injured is relative.
Well, I don't think the same force that hit Dupont could have made it to Trigemma that quickly. And if they attacked Dupont, Charleroi must have had contingencies to check everywhere along this route.
I wonder how many other towns could have gotten.
Someone should probably check in on Whitewood.
Oh, I know that one. That's the big forest?
There's a town outside the forest. It's also named after.
Oh. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been there. Sorry, I think I'm interrupting. I can wait outside.
Saramov looks about the group. Well, if you're seems like you've already dealt with something like this and have come across a few of our people before. Seem capable enough. Is there a reason you sought out our illustrious group? We're always looking for a proper-minded imperial citizens and the like to protect the world. I think we definitely need some of that right now.
Right here.
Eos is in a fragile state.
Right.
Inside is strange. How do you look at the stars?
Windows.
Windows, skylights, atriums.
He does go over to a large window and pulls away the curtains.
That's an interesting idea.
Right.
I think her name was Mulgamy. She said,
Yeah, Mogami.
or with
No
the
problem.
peepholes ass hen chin. It's a
Yeah, the
strange
People's
name.
Ascension. That's us.
Yeah, that's one of your new ones.
Huh?
Been on my own, or we've been on our own. She looks down, like startled for a second at Krushka. For a while? Maybe it's time to talk to other people?
Doesn't hurt,
Right. Well,
usually.
If you'll have us?
We could use more people,
I could help.
Like your cape.
and we would appreciate help.
Thanks, I made it myself.
It looks pretty nice.
The colors. I'm gonna point out my braid with the vine in it. Did this myself too.
Just gonna walk up to you.
You don't mind?
Put her hand like close to your face, like uncomfortably close, but she's not touching you, kind of thing.
Mind
I'm not
what?
touching you. I'm not touching you.
Here. And I'm going to run my hands along the vines and Judas, grant us life. And I'm going to cause the leaves to regrow their vigor, the flowers to bloom again through the vine.
So what's the Blood Hunter stance on druids?
Neat.
pretty much the same as the Blood Hunter stance on warlocks. And Sarmov was about to sit down after drawing or opening the curtains, sees this and tilts his head, slowly sits back down, looks over to Ander,
Anders just gonna be like, yeah, about what I thought.
looks over to
And
Same as
Aquila, looks over to Aquila, and looks back to Shliva.
I'm a bitch.
Did I say something wrong? I can wait
Not
outside.
exactly.
It's a unique talent you have there.
Is it?
Not from around here.
Well, no.
Oh, where are you from?
Around here?
Aquila, make a religion check for me.
Okay.
Because I will point out there's a lot of signs pointing to something illegal being up with Shliva here, or at least unusual. But there is a whole section of the arcane census known as
17.
the
Hey.
I'd have to. It's a section of the arcane census that focuses on arcane manipulation for agriculture. Part of the Arbormancer. The Arbormancers.
I was
are
gonna
part
say,
of
like
this,
the Arbormancer.
Yeah, like the Arbormancers. The Arcano-agricultural something or other.
I don't know. You made it up.
Yeah, yeah. Wasn't something I intended to bring up in this episode, so I didn't remind myself of it. Yes, but there are a whole group of mages out there that use nature-based magics to help, crops grow and plant trees and whatnot. So this could just be a very small scale version of that, but she certainly doesn't look like a census certified arcane agriculturalist farmer whatnot.
Yeah.
uh,
It's
mega
not like we
mega
can
farmer.
judge her based on her looks.
Yeah.
I mean, considering that, would Ander not have been able to put together that Penelope was probably a druid?
Yeah. You guys knew Penelope was a druid. I'm pretty sure that came up.
So would there be a similarity there in
You
how
can
that was done?
You can draw whatever conclusions you think you would draw from this. With the 17, Aquila, what stands out to you is the name Drudas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what. That's the name that stood out to Taylor too.
Drudas is the druidic version, the druidic name for Lutus, which is an earth spirit. And also Thursday.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, that is not the Genovian terminology. That is the druidic terminology.
Yeah.
For the earth spirit. Yeah.
I'm a bitch.
And you were so kind to invite her to the group. Look how much you've grown.
Right. I see we have agricultural enthusiast with us. Good. Not a lot of calls to use such forces inside the big city walls here. Fortunately, out in the farmlands and whatnot. Definitely a valuable service you were providing the Empire, helping to grow our crops and maintain our forests. I'm sure.
Oh, you're talking to me? Yes.
Yeah, because you
I like
did the thing with the vines.
plants and trees.
Right.
I think it's closer to horticulture.
Sure.
Agriculture is like crops.
He again looks back between Ander and Aquila.
What do you look at me for?
Because you're illegal.
Different type.
Still illegal.
Don't all know each other. Rude.
Well, valuable potential new ally is always welcome amongst our group. Especially in these times. We'll have to find a way to put your skills to proper use. But it seems you're already sort of tied into what's going on here. So he looks back amongst the group. If you think this is a good idea, well, looks back to the couch in the corner and back to you. Shrugs.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't think it's the first time that's happened, and it was fairly effective when we were dealing with undead before.
What?
I'll tell you about Penelope later.
Oh yeah, she seemed kind of nice.
Right. Well, this career, this pursuit of justice and honor and protection takes all types. Welcomes all types. Looks back to Aquila. Okay. I think I should let you all get to know each other. It's starting to get late again. Suppose you're welcome to stay here again. I can have Kalu stay, draw up more comforts for you. We'll have the meeting we discussed tomorrow. I'll leave it to you to invite Shliva, your new potentially new teammate, I suppose. I'm going to check on. Looks down at Krushka. Gonna go check on my home.
I'm sure it's all fine.
I'm sure it is too. Yes, yes.
I think I have whiplash from the tonal shift of this game.
That's why I insisted on waiting.
I don't know how to deal with it.
Aquila just wants to go out and drink.
As Saramov walks past, he goes over to Krushka and does present a hand, and Krushka kind of very similar to Aquila, very hesitantly allows him to just present the hand and just sort of scratch just behind the ear, just briefly before turning back into the hallway and heading down to where the commotion was.
So do you all live here?
No.
No. That was the man who started the People's Ascension and runs it.
Am I spelling this right? And I'll hand the piece of bark that's got charcoal and scrawled over it, and it literally says "peep holes ass hen chin."
No.
Not
I can
quite.
write it out for you.
There's only one
I'll
S
tell
in
you, we'll write it for
Ascension.
her.
Well, two S's, but not together.
Giving the bark to Tali then.
Tali will spell it correctly and then hand it back.
That probably explains why they all looked at me and then walked away.
Yeah, it probably explains a little bit of it at least.
I think it was
Like part of it.
40? 50?
People?
This is a big place. There's whitewood stuff everywhere. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool.
Andrew's gonna sit there for a minute and then just get up and be like, I need some sleep, I think. And just kind of wander off to wherever he was sleeping the night before.
Okay.
Wait, where's Shliva gonna sleep?
Not upset, just confused.
You head back to the room that you had previously, which you have to walk by the closet that Sagana was in to get to, and you see a couple other assistants of Saramov taking the hinges off a heavily scratched up door.
It's just a door.
Back in the parlor, if there is anything else.
Krushka can dig a hole for me?
For what?
Sleeping?
You don't need to
Sleep in a
sleep in the
hole?
hole.
Usually?
When you're inside, you don't usually sleep in holes.
Makes sense. Nice to meet you, everyone.
Nice to meet you too.
I should just go back to my pack. It would all be so much easier.
Well, not anymore.
It would still be so much easier.
Maybe just slightly easier. I don't know about so much
Nope.
easier.
Nope. Definitely be easier.
Okay.
Instead of having to pretend things don't exist.
To wrap up the evening then, the rest of you can go to the rooms that you had as Shliva and Krushka see themselves out into the backyard of this estate, where Krushka begins digging a hole in the backyard of this well-manicured estate.
Sure,
As
she
the
can
rest
fix
of
it.
you are heading to your room, you see Butler Man, henceforth known as Caluste.
No, he's still Butler Man.
Butler Man. You hear him calling out a window. No, oh no. Okay. All right.
Yeah. Shaliva's setting up a campfire and starting to prepare a leg of a deer that was probably in one of her bags.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot wait for her reaction to the dome.
Mm-hmm.
God.
Okay.
Gonna be good.
Okay, so at this point, no, we'll play out a little more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The night takes you, all of you, and you can get your rest in. Everyone recovers what exhaustion they otherwise would have had.
Yeah, that's right.
Your sleep is as disturbed or not as you would think it would be, but you get your full night's rest in. Your hit die are restored. And in the morning, you can wake up. A breakfast will be prepared. Somebody can go outside and I guess get Shliva.
I would probably do that.
Yeah, I feel like Tali and her are gonna get along.
Probably gets along with pretty much everyone in the.
He tries to. Yeah, it's good for group dynamic.
Okay.
Is Shliva awake?
And the sun's up. Shliva's probably awake. She sleeps in a
Yeah.
hole.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I'll
Yeah,
tell her it's time for
she's
breakfast.
probably in the middle of rekindling a campfire and having Krushka refill in a hole.
There's a small mound of loose dirt in this otherwise pristine estate grounds.
You don't have to start a fire out here. There's food inside. They're preparing for us.
Well, Krushka gets kind of messy. It seemed like a bad place to
eat. And plus, I like looking at the sky.
Okay, well, I mean, I guess whatever you like doing. Yeah.
Would you like some? It's a little cold. Point it to
No, I'm
the food that I made.
fine. I'll be eating breakfast inside.
You
But
gonna,
thank you. I
you gonna
appreciate.
turn her down, Holly? Someone offers you food
don't-
and you're not gonna
You
take
stop that.
I don't want to take her food. She probably has a limited amount of that, so I'm gonna just eat the food inside. She can take that with her. It's fine.
Sure, that's your excuse.
Yes, it is.
it? Rude. So rude.
Nah.
Okay.
I'm sure they wouldn't mind. I'm good. I think that was it.
Okay. So the four of you can go inside and have breakfast at a table with utensils. This is going to be a problem? I don't think we're in a position to be turning down help right now.
Nope.
But I'm
Same.
going to have to
I
look
agree.
to all of you to keep this contained. Because I don't know, and he looks over to Ander, I don't know if I can swing that again.
No, I was going to ask if you happen to have another favor token. So I could pretend that I'm absolved of any
Well, if you
responsibility.
flip it to
Well,
the
from what I
other side of the
understand,
token,
From what I understand, Aquila, you don't really exist in your official capacity anymore.
Thanks for the reminder.
It also
I'm
means
saying
you
there's
don't.
some
this is
plausible
not your problem.
deniability. Whether your order would appreciate that or not is a different thing, but if you're not supposed to operate,
Not your job, not your problem.
sure. I'm not gonna say this is gonna. I won't say this is gonna be easy.
I
I need to hire a new gardener.
I mean, it
Right.
won't be such an issue once she's not in here.
If she single-handedly, with a large badger thing, protected a town like Trigemma,
She does.
she'd certainly be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure how knowledgeable she is, but
Like I said, I believe one of the first members of our little team might have shared a similar profession. And I would not have wanted to be on her bad side when she was angry.
I'm vaguely familiar with druidism, at least academically, and the conflicts that have ensued because of it. Not sure I'm as morally opposed as many others would be, but there could be complications that she probably is not aware of.
With
Yes,
casual displays like that, almost certainly not.
we'll work on that. But honestly, I think that ability is at least slightly easier to keep under wraps than mine.
Right.
And I was successful for long enough.
Might be able to find a way to get her the appropriate paperwork for the positions she seems to have. In the meantime, we do have a meeting to discuss. I believe, unfortunately, I will have to rescind my invitation of one of our prospective guests, given new developments. But I think that's fine.
It helps Malkazir is coming to the meeting.
That may complicate things
Okay.
further.
Okay. It may. He's quite a wild card, suppose you could say.
But I imagine out of anyone in that room, he would probably have the most useful information.
Right.
At least background information.
How much of it he decides to share, who knows?
Well,
still probably a good thing to have him.
I'll be summoning everybody in a couple hours. You take the time you need to prepare for yourselves, and we'll see what we can figure out as far as this. Share our knowledge, come up with some sort of plan. Okay. So you take the next couple hours to yourselves. Not really enough time for you to go out and do anything all that productive. But you can get your...
Oh, I was going to say, Anders is going to meditate on the essence of diplomacy.
Yeah, right.
Ask guidance on Ander every minute so you can...
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you can go over your notes, muse about what has happened recently, have more conversations with your new friend Shliva and Kushka. And after a few hours goes by, you return to the parlor. You are summoned back to the parlor. Some new furniture is brought out. There's a spread of food. There's a small bar has been opened up and glassware set out for drinks of various kinds. And in short order, Caluste will announce guests have arrived. You will be introduced, or I will say they will be introduced by Caluste as they come in. First, you see a probably late 20s, early 30s human man who is wearing a military-style tunic. The sort of tunic that a military officer would wear when not in uniform and not in armor. But there's a gold rope across his tunic that signifies that he's an officer. He also has a few medals pinned to his chest. Caluste announces him. We have here first shield Centurion Constans Laurentis. That's first shield Centurion Constans Laurentis. Because Caluste had a bit of a stutter there.
Or butler man.
Next you see a again a sort of probably early to mid 30-ish human woman. This sort of wild and frizzy, sort of like reddish blonde, like strawberry blonde hair. That is done up in a very loose tie in the back and is just sort of wild in the back. She does have a skirt that comes down to about her knees that has a sort of tartan color pattern to it, a kilt, you may say, without, you know, any of the other fancy other things they have. And she has sort of draped around her a is the word I'm looking for? I guess more than just a sash, not really a scarf, but some sort of a wrapping that goes over the shoulders and then hangs down one side. That denotes, as well as a few different medals. She is introduced. And, of course, we have the esteemed proconsul, Drew Locher. Did I do that right? Next, you see a large, tall, very light gray, almost white tiefling man. Horns that come out and stick straight up, probably about a foot or so to a point. He, unlike the Centurion, did arrive in armor. He has a it is black painted armor with a bit of silver showing underneath. It looks like he's wearing very dark purple, almost black padding underneath it, or the clothes that are underneath it.
You said he was white?
He was a very light gray. Very light gray.
That's an impressive image.
Mm-hmm. He is an imposing figure. Tall, probably over 6 feet tall, broad shoulders, dark, imposing, full plate armor. He has.
Does he ever get stuck in doorways with those horns?
Emblazoned on his chest piece a coffin shaped image with 3 it looks like nightshade flowers, belladonna flowers.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have any big imposing weapons on him, but you do see he does have a short sword at his side. And he has these deep black eyes. No iris or anything like that, just eyelid to eyelid black eyes. He is introduced. You can see Caluste stiffen up as he introduces him. And next, may I introduce the esteemed Holy Judge Advocate, High Arbiter Ascapol of the Eulogium. He backs up a step as Ascapol enters the room.
Out of curiosity, I assume that is a well-known figure, so...
Yes. Yeah.
I'm curious what his deal is.
The Holy Judge Advocate, High Arbiter Ascapol of the Eulogium, is the head of is the head of the Eulogium, which is the sort of military paladin branch of the Church of Morpurus.
Ah, I was wondering if he was a paladin of Morpurus.
We worked on this on one of our recent Wednesday world building sessions.
A couple weeks ago.
He is what I thought he was.
The Eulogium is the whereas priests and evangelicals and just traveling clerics are sort of the outstretched hands of a church, the Eulogium is the clenched fist of the Church of Morpurus. They are tasked.
Sunblade's equivalent for Morpurus.
What's that?
So is this kind of like the Sunblade equivalent for Morpurus?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Holy Order. Yep.
Cool.
The clenched fist, frequently with something sharp in it.
Actually, frequently with some large bludgeoning instrument, because bludgeoning tends to do more to undead. Too many undead are resistant to piercing and slashing.
Fair.
Out of everyone in my room, out of everyone in the room so far.
And then
Roger here.
Wait for it.
yet another shift back to far less imposing people. You see another relatively young, maybe even younger than Centurion Laurentis. This figure is draped in these sort of red and purple senatorial robes with a gold rope. For a senator, he looks young, but he carries himself well, and he's nice and cleaned. He probably has a little bit of makeup on, and his hair is perfectly styled in this sort of like a short military crop if it grew out a bit. And
Okay.
he is introduced. And finally, we have Senator Elidar Delesi. Thank you for
Finally.
joining us. Master Sarmav, I believe we have everything in order, but if you require anything else, I will be just outside. I will close the doors for you so you can speak in private.
Weren't we waiting for? Never mind.
Thank you, Caluste. I should ask, you invited Shliva to this?
Yeah.
I probably would have before I went back inside.
Thought. Wasn't there something about that invitation being rescinded?
No, he was
Not
talking
that
about someone else.
invitation. I think I know who.
Mhm.
Not specifically, but in general, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Remember, Akila said blood hunters should be brought in on this.
Oh.
That's the invitation that was rescinded. Though,
Yeah, I thought you were talking about me as well. Yeah, I imagine Shliva is outside.
Yeah, the trade-off there seems like, no offense, I would have kept the blood hunters in this, but
I know, I feel like they really need to be involved.
okay.
There can be a further conversation after the meeting. Unfortunately, I did not make it clear that that's who I was talking about. I suppose. If you guys wanted to bring up more details about that, but I figured we would not have Christian sit out on the majority of the next session again because he wasn't invited to the meeting.
Same time,
So
bringing. Yeah.
So just before these figures would show up, Shliva would be invited to join this meeting as well. Okay. So I think that's where we're going to end it, with the introduction of these, well, one very imposing figure and three other probably helpful people.
Did
Haven't heard of Melkazir yet, huh?
yeah.
Not yet.
Okay.
He's gonna
We
make
have
an
to.
entrance.
He's going to make an entrance. Yeah.
That's gonna go
Of
well.
course he is.
Show up, where's my cadaver, and then fucking leave.
Him and the paladin and Warpress.
No, they hate each other.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't realize that's what that was until
Yeah.
Oh
like
yeah.
Uh-huh. They do not
Yeah.
get
until
along.
he walked through the door and it was like, oh wow, paladin more. Oh, point.
Yeah. They are. That's gonna be some interest.
I mean, to be fair though, at the same time, those are probably the two people in the room who have the most to contribute to this, like as far as how to combat it.
Yeah. We can
Mhm.
discuss that in the after show, because it's been a couple weeks since we've
Done an after
shared an after show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yes, but next episode, presumably, you will have the head of a necromantic order and the head of an order
opposed to
designed to
necromancy.
seek out and destroy necromancers in their filth in the same room. And that is going to be fun. And also a druid.
Yay.
A druid that doesn't know that there's anything wrong with being a druid.
But you didn't keep
Okay.
the druid hunters. It's fair.
Yeah, there was going to be another member to this council, but
I'm a little sad they're not showing up.
Shliva kind of complicated that. I don't know if I mean, I'm sure they would have been useful, but I don't think they would have been. I don't think Aquila would really want them there outside of practicality, because again, you are persona non grata in that organization.
Oh, I know. Well, that's the thing. It's not that it was out of practicality that Aquila suggested them.
Yeah.
Not because she actually. Because honestly, if they'd been there, she'd just probably been trying to not meet their gaze.
Yeah.
And
but we can have more detailed conversation in character about that next week. Because there's other reasons. You get the sense when you suggested it to Saramov that it was, I will try to look into this and invite somebody, whereas he was very certain that he had friends that he could invite to this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
There does seem to be some sort of recognition, respect, and maybe even friendship between Saramov and everybody who was presented to this council.
Gotcha. And right now, Saramov's probably not Adderhast or anyone else's favorite person if they know what he did for Ander.
Yeah. Presumably, perhaps, yeah.
I mean,
okay. So we're gonna wrap it up there. I think this was a fantastic episode. I think this is great. It flew by, really, but we had so much good stuff in this episode. And it started out somber, and everybody's smiling now, more or less. Christian doesn't smile.
Yeah.
That's fine.
that's not true. Christian smiled.
No,
Yeah, look at him.
I think we did a great transition from depressed to somber to grieving to, hey, here's Shliva.
I feel like a great transition wouldn't make my neck hurt like it does.
Yeah, that perhaps. Yeah, I kind of threw.
It was smooth, like the edge of a very, very vast cliff face.
Yeah.
I tried to get.
I've been on one of those.
I tried to get Tali's thing in there as a nice bridge between depressing and Tali's usual cheer.
Shenanigans.
Yeah, our Disney princess of the
Yeah.
group.
It was definitely fun though.
Okay, so we'll talk more about this in the after show, and I think it's going to be a much better after show than the two previous after shows that we have not done or aired. Which we will talk about the previous episodes as well, just to get insight on those. But the previous two episodes were rough, and this one wasn't. This one was super fun. So we're gonna go do an after show about all of this. I think this was a great time.
Start.
I hope my players had a great time. I hope you in the audience had a great time watching. So thank you for sticking around. Thanks for joining us. And I look forward to seeing where this is going to go. We have a lot of character development moving forward. We have a new illegal caster to welcome to the group, which Aquila is going to love.
I mean, Ander's not super thrilled either, honestly.
Yeah.
Makes it
more
harder for
attention
him
towards
too.
him.
Yeah.
And next week we will go over all the new information, clues, and whatnot that we have presented about the Cult of Worms and figure out how to move forward. Next episode could be a lot of exposition, lore, and planning, just as a heads up. But we'll try to keep it contained and actionable and moving forward. We'll see.
And now Sleeve is a part of this meeting, and there's no semblance of order anymore.
Yeah.
Wow.
You did the.
Yeah, I like to build nice, intricate machines, and then Christian's like, "Here, have a spanner."
My goal was for basically everyone to be quiet and let the face do its job. And clearly that's not going to happen.
When does that ever really happen?
It doesn't, because I had a plan for getting through those guards. Or we'll say that for the after show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, let's wrap up there. Thank you for joining us. Again, keep an eye out on our Discord and our Twitter, both linked down in the cards below as far as announcements on what we're doing throughout the week. Announcements on when we drop things on YouTube and drop things on Patreon. Go check out our Patreon if you like what we are doing here. We could really use your support to help grow this channel, get some character art for these fine characters, and get you badges and emotes and all the fun channel stuff that you get for being subscribers. So subscribe to our channel, head over to the Patreon, help us out as much as you can. It would certainly be appreciated, and the channel will continue to grow because of your help. Other than that, check us out on, like I said, Discord and Twitter. Like our stuff, retweet our stuff over there. All the metrics help. Head over to YouTube, give our episode a like. Tell your friends to check out this episode if they missed it, and invite people to hang out again throughout the week, and of course next week. Saturday, 2 o'clock Eastern Time, U.S. Eastern Time, as we always are, back here for another exciting episode of the People's Ascension. Okay, we're going to go do an after show and talk about everything that happened this episode, which I think was a lot. So you can look forward to seeing that. Probably we'll have the VOD for this posted on YouTube by Monday. Because we have to save it for at least 24 hours, and then the after show soon to follow.
Jack, you keep mispronouncing the guild name. Isn't it the Peepholes Ascension?
The Peepholes
Henshin.
Ascension. Yeah.
Yes.
No,
I think
I'll
that's
have to
the correct
change
way
the
to pronounce
sign.
it.
Yeah, I'll have to. We'll get Caluste out there with a chisel and fix the sign.
Leva can spell it for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank
Leva.
you for joining us. We will see you throughout the week,
Sleva.
or at least next week. As always, it's a crazy world out there. Stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun, and we'll see you again for more exciting adventures of the People's Ascension. Bye.
Cutlery and electrical
Have a
outlets.
tomato.
Bye.
With tomato.
Art. Tomatoes are yummy though.